What's going on? I think we made it. We're back again. I hope you can hear me. We got GDP Japan holding it down on the moderator section. So you tell me if you can hear me and everything's working well. Got another song queued up here that we're going to work on today. Trying to do it a little differently. I'm going to use different plugins, a bunch of different tools to just get this thing done all in the box. And yeah, we build it while we fly it. So if there's any nonsense that goes on, that's just fun, right? It's just more fun. Watch me navigate the nonsense. Watch me jump the hurdles. And we'll see how this thing plays out. Sounding good? All right. We're in it. I got the chat pulled up over here, so I'm going to periodically go back and forth between what I'm doing and the chat to answer any of your questions. Consider this, like, no matter where you are, if you're up and you're catching this and you have a question about something, either I'm doing or maybe something you're working on your own song, just doesn't even have to be what I'm doing. Anything you're working on, let me know, and I'll try to answer it for you. If I don't know the answer, I'm going to tell you I don't know the answer. But let's see what we can cook over here. We got a kind of like old school rock vibe song going on. More of a live type of recording on this one. There's just two guitars, one left, one right kind of thing. There's a bass, and there's a bunch of tracks of drums and three different vocalists. And we're going to see how this thing plays out. So let's check this thing out. It's not the craziest session in the world, which I think makes it fun, because sessions that get too crazy are really hard to navigate and people lose track of what's going on. But this one is not that complicated, so let's see it. So what do we got? Now, I've gone ahead and color-coded some stuff, and I just want to kind of point out what colors are what so that you guys have some kind of a starting point. And I'm going to simultaneously just sort of work on some of the panning while I'm listening to stuff, and then I'm going to throw on auto align and let you hear a whole playthrough of the track while it's reading, how it's going to align the phase on a lot of the multi-mic sources. The drums were recorded very well, so I don't think there's going to be a ton of alignment needed, but we will see. There's only one bass track. That's what I mean by like a live recording. This thing is bass DI only. The guitars, these two guitars are not DI. They're, an amplifier mic'd up. And the colors, we got pink on drums like usual, and I have that at the top of the session. So everything that's pink, some of these are like two different color pinks. We could make them all the same color. It don't make a difference over here. That's drums, and that's what I mean by this ain't no 4 tracks of drums type song. This is drum central going on right here. So we got drums all over the place. Then we got one track of bass. We got 2 guitars. That's these greens. The bass is always purple. And then blue. And a couple different shades of blue, because those are the different vocalists. Okay, and there's like a pre-chorus vocal going on. These are 2 different vocalists as well. So let's see what we got to do with that. Now, kick, trigger, snare, these are the stuff I import is everything below this blue track here. So everything below here is what I import into every session. And if you all you got to do is do it once, and then when you go up to file, import, session data, it brings you up whatever track you want, essentially. And like this was the one I did the other day for you guys. So if you just click in here, you can select all the stuff you want, and the colors of the tracks kind of follow in Pro Tools, which is nice, so that you can easily pick out what you need. Just important to note, I always go into this choose, the track data to import. I always go in here and I take off main volume, pan, and mute. I take off send volume, pan, and mute. I leave everything else except I also take off mix, edit groups, and heat switch settings just in case I ever use heat. Everything else can stay, and I find it works out just fine. But those, like, you don't want to always be going in and deleting anything you automated for volume, pans, and mutes on the sends or the tracks themselves. So that needs to come off. And the groups, it's always a different set of grouping usually, so I don't want that to come with it. but the rest is always the deal. So, just the last track you were happy with in your workflow, you can always just import it. And what I have, most of the stuff I import, it's like a couple triggers, like the kick trigger, a snare trigger, and a snare verb, because those get used a lot. A bass bus, if I have more than one bass, mic going on, and a DI, and I put them all together in a bus. So there's always some sort of bass bus. And then a bunch of effects for vocals. So, I won't use all of these, but I got plenty of them. And before I start the session, I might as well just kind of dole them out to where they typically would go. So I'm just looking at the numbers over here, and I know that from my lead, 81 and 99, 100. So I just know that all these are options for me on the lead vocal. Now, the way this song is structured, there's kind of two vocalists. So I may do something different with the vocal effects here, because this vocal exists most of the song, but this one exists like on an additional 2 or 3 lines. But it's really, most of the time, there's 2 vocals at once. So I may do something different with those effects. But let's just, for now, treat it the way I typically would. Bus 95, 95, 101, 102. So these 3 are going to come with us to the next vocalist over here. And then let's take this one, these 3 right here, or it's these 2 rather, this one and this one. I'm going to go to the next spot. Let's put that over here. Now what this is going to allow me to do is, once I want to make cool, scene changes happen, that's how I will do it. And the reason I do that is just because, to me, that gives me the most sense of a chorus actually moving, going somewhere. If I don't go in and change the scene, like if I just leave a vocal reverb the same for the verse and the chorus and the bridge and then the chorus, or whatever the deal is, if I don't ever change it or add something to it, it doesn't feel like it moves enough for me. It doesn't go anywhere. I get bored of that. So what I do is I'll make it drastic. The verse might have, a plate on it, and then the chorus might have delays on it and a room reverb instead of a plate, or some version of that, some tape echo stuff going on, or a slap. And then I'll, bring it back to, if the verse had that plate to start with, I may go to the second verse, also have a plate, or not. Maybe it'll be a room or some sort of near reflection thing going on. So I'm not afraid to change up the sound. I get bored of the same sound constantly. So I'm a big fan of change it up. And we're going to take these and put them at the end for this vocal. So I always put my effects after the whatever they're affecting. So like for kick trigger, there'd be the kick sound and then the kick trigger under it. And the same for snare. Snare verb under it, or snare trigger under it, and then verb under that. I'm just an under kind of guy. So here we go. Kick trigger. Let's take her up. So the kick will be there, the snare and the snare trigger. Let's go to after the snare down mic. So there's like a snare up and snare bottom, which is called the snare down. And I'm just clip gaining here and there to kind of make sure nothing is too hot. Now, I've talked about in the past, sometimes I break the clip and I will adjust each section to like make it where I remove some dynamics if it's too crazy. But these are all recorded pretty consistent, so I'm not too worried about it. This is Doug Parsons on drums. Very, very sick drummer. And a different drummer from the last song you heard, which was this dude named Leighton. And they have very different styles. Doug is a drummer, I don't even want to say like who I think he sounds like, but his influences are very like Smashing Pumpkins-esque. So that's his style, or the kind of thing he likes a lot. So his style of drums kind of reflects that. Whereas Leighton is from a old school like Motown style almost, but also Zeppelin fan, fan of Prince, like just so Leighton is more on the like extreme, like only what's necessary style, and Doug is more like flavor in his playing, interesting, things happening here and there. They're both great drummers. Rack, floor. All right, so we got hi-hats, and the way I have this stuff always is what's important on drums. Kick. That way I can flip to the top, and it's the first thing. Kick, snare, super important. Okay, so They're first, then rack, then floor. This is just how I would mic the drums too. I'd mic like the input 1, kick. If there's a kick out, that's input 2. Then snare top, snare bottom, rack, floor, overhead left, center, right, in order of importance. That's why for me, usually like hi-hat mics and ride mics come very late. But I also appreciate the bottom of the drum section, like at the end of my drum tracks, is usually the rooms. Again, easier to find. All I have to do is find like where the bass is, and then boom, right above them are my room sounds. So I got the way this is OMRO. I didn't record these drums, and what we wound up doing for this is we went into a studio to track the drums and the guitars. We did the vocals in a separate, like in my Brooklyn studio. So we basically, it's sort of, I didn't track these drums, so I didn't label what they are. So when I see OMRO, I was like, well, what could that be? That O is probably, if I had to guess, since there's no, like when I'm looking at this, there's no overhead tracks, right? So I'm like, okay, well, O is probably overhead left, if I had to guess. And then OM would be overhead middle or center. And then RO is probably, if I had to guess, it's overhead right. So this is like best guesses for what these things are. And when I listen to them, it kind of plays. We'll see if it actually does once we get through a little more. The U47 is like a mono room mic. Now again, RO, this could be room, and then OM, it could be like RO is, I don't know, I'm trying to get inside the person's head who did this, which is often difficult. Let's see if there's any comments. I don't think there are. I don't think there's any comments. It's no point to even look. I'm just going to be disappointed when I look. No comments. So it makes it where we're flying in the dark over here, but that's what we like. Sometimes you got to fly in the dark. Notice how hot that bass is. We're turning that down a pinch. Let's creep it down over there. Now, what else we got? Everything else looks like it'll play through without clipping everything all out. Maybe I'll lower these a smidge. Now, when sometimes people ask me, like, why do you lower stuff? Like how do you know that this is too hot, or like even if it's not clipping, but like, how do you know that's too hot, or like what am I going by? Usually when I hit play, I look at the metering, and if I see I'm sitting somewhere halfway, 3/4 of the way, like in this zone, I'm okay. That's usually when the clips, if you were to talk about what gain staging is, like that's really the reason I do it, because if I'm coming in too hot to the channel where I'm up here in the top, I can't add any processing without lowering the input on the processing significantly, just to make it where I'm not, jamming into the skies once I add compression or saturation or anything I'm doing. So it's important to me to be about halfway, 3/4 of the way. I know some people that meticulously will make sure they're hitting a certain volume and they'll go through and analyze everything. Don't do that. In my opinion, as soon as you get all nerdy like that with it, and I'm a fan of getting nerdy, trust me, I get nerdy over here, but I never look at it that way. I just like, it's good enough visually for me to just know we're okay, and then I don't have to get kind of pissed off before I even start the song because I got to go through and make everything. So it's like, let's focus on the things we got to get meticulous about, and the stuff that will work without it, we just let it fly. Because no matter what you do, if you add a few more dB on one plugin or something than another, well, you might have to take the clip gain down again. Like, you're going to constantly be adjusting anyway, so don't go in and meticulously gain stage. Some people I know put a clip gain plugin on the front and lower everything before they start. I don't subscribe to these beliefs. I just come in, lower everything so it looks right, and when I hit play, if I'm sitting where I think I'm sitting, I did it right. So let's just, for example, let's play something like this guitar here, okay? We're fine. See what I'm saying? No need to go crazy with it. And I just lowered it by like a dB, 0.9. We're chilling. Let's check out the chat real quick, and we're going to jump back in this thing. Let's see what's really good. What monitors/headphones are you using? My Christmas present will be Audeze MM100s. Yeah, honestly, that I have, these Odysseys and I love them. They're great, but I would be lying if I said I know them as well as these other headphones that I've owned for over 10 years, or probably something closer to 15 years, 12 years. They don't make these anymore. These are the Focal Spirit Classic Spirit Pro, I think it was, is what these are. And they don't make them anymore, but I know them well, so they're good and for what I need, which is basically just another check. And I don't love headphones. Like I can't mix a whole song on headphones and be happy with it. I have tried it a few times and I'm not happy with pretty much anything I ever do like that. And I've messed around with Sound IDs stuff or can opener before. I own Goodhertz can opener. And I find can opener makes me sometimes a little happier if I got to do the whole song in headphones. But when I'm looking for a check, I really just want a different perspective. And if you have headphones, for example, like the Sony MDR 7506s or whatever, they're really kind of annoyingly bright. Some people like that, and it's like the punch of them like makes it where if you have something that's super harsh, that's a good way to check it. So if your ears can't handle listening to stuff on them though, and everything sounds bad to you, they're not going to work for you. Andrew Sheps loves those, but if you follow like the lineage of the speakers he used to use, and then and why, you will understand why he likes those, because he likes to listen really bright. Chad Blake doesn't like to listen really bright. So there's a story out there where when Chad and Andrew hung out, they basically, like, Andrew listened to the mix they were working on with Chad's headphones, and Andrew's like, man, these sound so dark. How do you work like this? Chad listened on Andrew's headphones, and Chad goes, man, this sounds so bright. How do you work like this? So everybody's ears are so different. And that's why, like, I always anchor in the fact that it's not about spending money. Like, a lot of money gets you better hear, the ability to hear better. It's about what works for your ears. I can't use stuff that's super bright because I'm particularly sensitive to super bright. That's why I went with these headphones instead of the LCDXs, because I felt like the LCDXs had a very boosted high, like, top end to them. And they had more low end, but they also had a very boosted top and a more scooped mid range. And I didn't think that it worked for me as well. That said, I can't do a whole mix on these because I'm not used to what they sound like yet. So it's a combination of getting used to them and also what works for you. So those that you're talking about, those MM100s, may be great for you. They may be ideal, and these that are older, it's like the drivers still work. They're still pretty clean. They don't shed, the earphone part on you, which is nice. The older the headphones get, that ear thing starts to fall apart. But I'm happy that I have these around still because they're a trusted source for me. It's the same reason people love NS10s. They've used them for so many years, most likely, that they still think that's their best sense of, like, knowing what something should sound like. Monitor-wise, I've got ATC 50s, which is the most expensive purchase I've made towards my musical journey since I can't even remember when. But that was a long time coming for me to get these. And before that, I had Barefoot 01s. So huge upgrade there. And I love them. I freaking love them, man. So there's just something about the way these sound that I really like. And some people who, like, need a ton of low end out of speakers might not dig them. But there's more than enough low end, in my opinion, and especially the way I listen. The thing I like the best about some speakers, what you'll find if you test speakers or headphones, the volume matters so much. If you listen low, you'll have a completely different experience with speakers or headphones as if you listen loud. Headphone to headphone, I'm talking speaker to speaker. Some speakers produce a very even tone, like between the amount of low end that they produce and how clear it is and all that when you're at a very low volume. And some you need to crank to make them where they're kind of even. So and they sound totally different and not what they're supposed to when they're too low. I mix with the volume very low. It's the only way I can do it for a long time. So it's important to me to be able to make a speaker sound good low, balanced low. I need that. That's like a huge part of why I went with these, because of the balance at a low volume. Anyway, let's start cracking. Any other questions or anything, throw them in there. But dude, that's an amazing, any sort of change in the way you hear can make a big difference, but you got to take the time to learn them. That's the bottom line. You got to. It's not something that happens quickly. Learning a set of speakers takes a while. It's been less than a year since I've had these speakers up, and I don't even think I know them as well as I should yet, but I'm getting there. Just not yet, because it takes at least a year to really know, and the more you use them, the more confident you get. And I'm way more confident on these now than I was like a month after I owned them, but it takes time. That's why these things on the 10-year plus scale is like, yeah, they sound the way I expect, like I know what they do. So let's do some stuff in here. Here we go, running some stuff. So yeah, trying to figure out the way this stuff is labeled. I would never label stuff like this, and the only thing that makes me think that like OM is an overhead and it's the center one is that the fact that there's nothing says OH. Like we got an H and an HH. Thanks, guy. H. What's H? We have a hi-hat. What is H? Why in the world would we have two hi-hats? Does that make any sense? Nope. Two hi-hat mics? It didn't happen. Not on my watch. I would never allow that. I'd be like, there's two mics on the hi-hat? We have too many mics on the hi-hat, if that's the case. But he snuck one in here, a hi-hat, but now what is this H? What is that? I'm going to listen to it to figure it out, but H? Okay, and then we got a ride mic. Okay, so hi-hat ride, I'm used to that, but what is this H-O? You know what that almost makes me think? That O is overhead left and H is overhead right. Because OH, overhead, right? I mean, my brain is forced to do some crazy Rubik's Cube permutations over here to figure out what this guy labeled. And if that's the case, OM, now isn't this something, right? OM is probably, if we go with that logic that we just applied, OM is probably right room, and RO, even though it has a freaking R in it, is probably the left room, because ROOM spells room. Who am I dealing with? Who did this? This is insane. Like, why did they do this? You gotta freaking translate a letter from a kidnapper in the movie Ransom in order to do a mix. Like, who would do this? Gary Sinise is turning over. He's like, what's going on? ROOM. Give me back my son. This doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to assume, because of the way they look, that what I'm saying is right. And then U47 is probably a crush mic, if I had to guess. It's probably just like a room mic with something on it, crushed. Slamming into the compressor, something like that. And if that were the case, this would be, so let's assume that's the case. I think we figured out the riddle. Let's put all these mics we probably don't need, the hi-hat and the ride. Yeah, we'll just leave them there, but let's just turn them another color so that we don't start thinking that those are important. They're not. Come on. They might be. We'll see. We'll see. All right, I'm going to play it through. I'm going to pan stuff. I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do over here. Then we're going to rock the auto align on everything. You know what? Maybe I'll do it all at once. Let's do it all at once. Let's get to it. You know what I'm saying? We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want that. We're going to do the bass. No, there's only one bass. There's no need to auto align it to nothing. There's only one guitar. There's no need. And the vocals are all done separately. So, okay. Bada bing, bada boom, betty boop. That's all we got here. Nobody else. Okay, it's going to be a simple auto-align game. Talk about a plugin that saves you time. If you do a lot of multi-mic stuff, we're talking real instruments, played live, you got a multi-mic, your guitar amp, your bass amp, whatever you got going on, this plugin saves you, like, I would say if you do enough mixes, you're saving years off your life by just whoop, throw it on there. Otherwise, just even if you didn't use anything to slide stuff around and really get happy with phase of recordings that you didn't do or that were, might need some phase alignment, like just flipping the phase to check things, it's just you're saving years off your life throwing this thing on there. So it's worth it. Let's just take that much of it. We're taking a bunch of it. What is soloed? Anything soloed? Okay. Here we go. I'm going to run this through, and while it's working, I'm going to do some panning nonsense and, keep it moving. Let's do it.
Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear, and you're tired, tired, tired. Blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, I will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for you, while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. Oh, no. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. When you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
That's good enough for us. It's aligning. Okay, we're aligned. We are aligned. When I go to set the BPM, I was just reminded by my man across the world, GDP Japan, holding it down. Everybody give it up. He's the man. He just reminded me, turn this freaking loop thing, turn the quick punch off, because that makes it where we can't loop. And, that was something I never realized until I tried to loop something with that button on. I thought I always had it on, but I guess in the mixing stage, there's no reason to have quick punch on. So it would make sense that it would be hard to loop. So Shift Apple L gets your loop going. I think Shift Apple P, yeah, that's quick punch. And then if you do it again, no, what is it? Shift Apple T? That's the other punch option that I never use. I'm a quick punch guy or not at all. But the loop right there, we need that to set our BPM, mostly for effects. So a lot of times I won't even mess with it till the effects come around. But in this case, let's just check out what we got going on for the auto align. It's just drums. I was just curious how much phase correction was being applied. That's pretty cool. Okay. That's so weird to me that the floor tom is the center of the pitch correction. What? Everybody, let's phase correct everything to the floor tom. Perfect. It's so funny. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really, as long as the drum set's all in phase, that's all I care about. But it's interesting that they did that. All right. Turn that off. Come back over here. Now, last time, if you caught the last stream, I wound up throwing on an SSL thing like I always do. Always SSL 4KG, typically. Lately. It was 4KB for years, or at least, I don't know, a year or two. Then, like, the E came out, and I was like, oh, let me try that E. I was a fan of the B more, so I would switch between the E and the B still. I never found a ton of use for the 9K unless, which was their original plug-in, the Channel Strip 2, I think it was, but I never felt, I don't know, it was so clean that if I needed something super clean, okay, but in that case, I would often, I was hitting up the Fab filter for something clean. So I liked the color of the B, and I liked how the compressor had less choices on ratio and things like that. There was some things about the B that I really liked. It also has the de-esser feature, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, but I don't think I'm mistaken on that. So let's take off. We don't want to put stuff over itself. So now I have a second slot available, okay, after auto align. What am I going to put there? We did a whole mix pretty much last time using the 1081 when the SSL 4K stuff needed an update. I just abandoned ship on it, and I was like, okay, this studio don't got no SSL today, so I changed it up. But in this case, what are we going to do? Let's put the G on it, because since then I did do the update, so maybe we'll be using some 4KG stuff. But I also wanted to put something else on, and I didn't want to go just default to the 1081. So the way I usually look at this is 2 EQs is a good number of EQs. Not because you're going to use both, but because you may want one that's more surgical or a different color than another. So the color EQs that I like the best, just because of the stuff that I love to listen to that was done on certain consoles, is generally API and Neve. And we could go all day just every time I do a live stream using a different set of plugins for color. The API 550B is pretty nice. That's probably my favorite. The A or the B, I love them both. When you do the Vision channel strip, you get the B in there if you don't have the B separate. But I think that's what I'll put on for color. So I'll just put the 4KG on for like brute force in any direction. And then I'll put the API 550B on after it, and we'll just kind of pick and choose which one we use when we want. That way I don't have to go through the menus, because for me it's about hearing it and then just wanting a change, and as quick as I can make that change happen, the quicker I can like move off that thought. And if I have to go through a menu, it slows me down too much. So I start every mix by putting something on. Uh-oh, what am I overwriting? We don't want to overwrite something. What am I overwriting? Oh, these are what I'm overwriting. Well, we don't want that. We don't want that. Instead of doing it that way, let's do it another way. Let's just go. Let's just put the stuff we want on, and then I'll take. That's all we need. Trigger, no. Verb, no. Snare, no. Okay, the rest we're good. Shift, Option, click. Come over here. 4K G. Excellent. All right, now, it's so weird. Like, why did it unhighlight everything? That's strange. I don't know why I did that. Maybe I did that accidentally. But anyway, let's just do the same thing we just did. Highlight all these things. Somebody pointed out last time that like I very rarely go to this window also. And I don't know what it is, but I think it's because I have the controller on the desk, the UF8, so I got 8 faders that I never find myself needing this window unless I basically do it in the early stages to get my panning right. It's easier to mess with the pan knobs on that, but other than that, I do most of the mix in this window, in the edit window. Like the majority, 100% the majority. So yeah, we're good here. Everything's good. So let's throw on the 550B today. And if you have a suggestion on something you want me to use instead, let me know. Like, in other words, if it's like do a mix with this, because I like the challenge. So, you know, if it's especially if it's a plugin I'm not familiar with, that's the most challenge there is. But I may, you know, in this case, it's like the 550B. This is a Waves plugin, the 550B, which is, you know, for, like I said, for UAD, you have to go Vision. So I'll just go Vision to get it. But it might, like, really destroy our CPU power. We'll see. If the whole stream crashes, like, help us. We'll see what happens. Let's use this one, so I don't need to take up the processing power of the chips. Let's go with that. Let's see if it might all fall apart. If so, nice knowing you, but hopefully that's not the case. I'll be right back if that happens. Here we go. So far, so good. And I'm really not going to use it, though, for anything other than the EQ. I just have a thing against using a certain manufacturer's plugins at the moment. I still use them a lot when it comes to the go-tos, Renaissance stuff, like RVox, RBass, RComp. I'm a fan of those, but if I have a choice of UAD's emulations or Waves emulations, I'm going to go with UAD. It just seems to give me more of what I like want when I twist the knob, that's all. But they're close. They're not far off. They're close. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what you guys are talking about if you're talking about stuff. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Sorcery coming right at you, Alex. Alex Christoph. Sorcery coming your way, buddy. Benjamin Buttons. Yo. What's going on, Relly, my rock? How we doing over there? I'd rather use the 9K channel mixing, even if clean, because it simplifies choices unless I know an exact surgical move to make with FabFilter. That's true. I like that way of thinking. The reason I hate mixing with FabFilter so much is because it's so visual. You know, if there was a way to use that without any of the visual, which there might be, I've never experimented with it, I would probably be more apt to use it. But I find it really hard to turn off the visual part of my brain when I'm staring at like the way it looks. And I don't like that, to be honest. I think it hurts me more than it helps me, just personally. So I like your style. Twist the knobs. Don't see what it's doing, like in terms of what the curve looks like now and what, you know, that PAZ graph that it gives you. Like, I like that idea of not having that and using the 9K for clean. That's a good move. There's other things that are kind of clean that do the same thing The Good Hertz plugins are very cool. I may do a mix with those coming up because I'm such a Good Hertz fan. Like I'm a big Good Hertz fan. I think I own all of the Good Hertz plugins, and they have like a tilt shift and a tone control, and they're really kind of similar. But the tilt shift is just it's like a one trick pony, but it's a really good plugin because you need that kind of thing a lot. If it's too bright, tilt shift, or this looks backwards to you guys. It's probably supposed to be this, but from my angle, it's like that. Bring up the top end, lowers the other. I just like that tilt is really cool. But then the tone control is just it's kind of like a Pultec, but modernized in terms of the UE and the interface, and it's nice. So, but it's very clean. It's very clean, and there's a ton of clean plugins that are really cool, like a ton. What is it? The CQ on the Soundtoys stuff. Some of the Soundtoys plugins are so I don't even know how clean if there's a little flavor in them, but it's like we associate Soundtoys with Decapitator, Devil Lock, things like that, or at least I do. I associate Soundtoys with like colorful plugins, but I've never like measured them and what they're adding or not. But I wonder if the CQ is super clean. It's probably pretty clean, but it's like a 3-band if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty much like a 1073 kind of where you're really limited in terms of flexibility. But it's a great EQ though. I like the CQ. Have I used the Kive case strip? Rally my rock. I haven't. I have not used the Kive. Not used that yet. I think it's API Neve. Oh, that's interesting. API Neve and SSL transfer all in one. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I did a few mixes a while back, with the what's the Shep's omni-channel, because I was so like I thought that was a kind of like what we were talking about with FabFilter, how you can kind of like do everything with it, but it's so visual. That's a plugin you can kind of do everything with, and it's not visual. So it's kind of that sweet spot of super flexible, but yet not something that's going to sway you in a certain direction, because you get to see the PAZ and you get to see the curve. So that's a very interesting plugin. I also found it to be like a freaking race car in terms of like you can just do so much with it that it can be overwhelming. Like when I throw an EQ on every channel, I just want an EQ. And if I had the choice to do everything with the Vision channel strip, I find myself sometimes doing more than I might do if I just had the EQ up. And it's not always for the better. At the same time, the reason I love a 4KG is because you do have the gate and the compressor options all built in. So it's a double-edged sword. Like I've said a couple times, it's like try to do a mix where at the end you say, I didn't do enough. Just try it. Trust me. If you just recalibrate your brain to think about your mixes in that way, you will, I think, be happier rather than the other way where you're upset because you did too much. Really try hard not to do too much. So that's the goal. This mix and most of the mixes I do is let's not do too much. That's also what makes me shy away from parallel compression or anything where I'm doing, and I'm not saying parallel compression is a bad move. We may do some of it in this mix right here, but doing it for the sake of, I always do 3 or 4 channels of parallel on the drums, and like, well, Chad Blake's template has all these parallel. Yeah, it does. But to me, that's like the opposite of doing as little as I possibly can. So I try to approach every mix now with, let's see how little we can do. And I find that it works better for me. And you turn the FabFilter visual off for a while. I've never done that. I've never done that. That's awesome that they have that. I haven't tried the TDL Arbiter either. I reach for that before FabFilter. I haven't tried that. I'll tell you what I reach for before FabFilter sometimes is like the freaking EQ7. Just whatever's there. But there's no right way, wrong way. I also like the different plugin manufacturers' versions of tools like the 73, like the Shep 73 is kind of cool. It doesn't sound anything like the UAD 73. To me, it doesn't sound anything like it. So, like, I'll jump around in that way sometimes just because just because it's there. And I get bored a lot, man. I get bored so much. It's part of the reason why I love doing live streams now, because I'm like, man, I could just do something new every day in terms of, some challenge of let's mix using whatever. And it's something I hadn't done before. Like doing live is interesting for me. It's the second live stream ever. So I appreciate you guys tuning in, checking it out. Eventide, Split Q, EQ. I got to check that out too. I have a couple Eventide plugins. I don't have as many as I would like. But I do have, like, mostly, for me, Eventide's an effects specialist. So I have a bunch of Eventide effects that I will use from time to time. But preference-wise for me, like tape echoes all day. If you had to say, what's your favorite type of effect, it'd be tape echoes. And I would have 3 or 4 in a session, almost every mix. There's something about the tape echo thing that's awesome. But also, like, in terms of dialability, Echo Boy is awesome. Like, I love Sound Toys for effects, Eventide for effects. I like that idea. And UAD for effects, too, because they got really good tape echoes because they model after the gear. So Galaxy Tape Echo is my probably all-time number one in terms of, just throwing it on, loving it. Let's do it. Before I start, nothing on the mix bus. We're going to take this mix head off. It snuck on there. These things like to do that. You got to be careful. So nothing at all on the mix bus yet. I will turn something on, maybe the 2500 again in the, I like to mix and match though. So if I'm using an API on everything, the mix bus probably has something else. So maybe I'll go Unfairchild this time. Either that or SSL bus comp, something. But I won't put that on until I get stuff in the ballpark and relatively close to just something. And then I'll throw something on there. Generally pretty early in the mix, but it's all like, how do you define early? Sometimes it takes me a while to get it to where it's nice, and that ain't early. That could be 2-3 hours in, but sometimes it's a half hour, 20 minutes. I mean, it's dependent on every mix and what it needs. So once I get sort of happy with what's going on, I'll throw something like that, something on the mix bus. But I've run into trouble too many times where I throw that on like first thing, and then so many of the things I try to fix are a result of what I put on there and not realizing how hard I'm hitting it because it's at the bottom of my session and I didn't like shift click and leave it open on the screen. So, screen real estate's a big thing. I was talking about that with somebody recently. So it's important to note the screen real estate factor. I use a very small screen, kind of low on the desk. Using a big screen is so much easier on the eyes, but if you, like, the way my setup is, I've got a visual in front of me, like an outdoor visual, like a window, right? So ideally, I don't want to cover that with a giant screen, and I'm not in the projector business, which would make sense to have a little pull down projector screen or something that could be really big in front of me, maybe on the horizon at some point. But at the moment, any sort of glass reflective thing there would be a negative in terms of sonics, sound quality in the room, because it would be this massive reflective point. This room is so treated all over the place. Treatment, like there's tons of treatment there. There's treatment behind me, there's treatment on the sides, there's treatment over me, there's treatment. So the last thing I want is to put a giant reflective surface of like a 50-inch, something in front of me. It's like, it's going to mess me all up. Even if the speakers are in front of it, still, like, the sound doesn't just go out, especially low end. It goes everywhere, and that would be kind of a negative. So at the moment, I use this one screen low, and as a result, I don't do a lot of like leave a plugin open type of stuff, because it's just every piece of the screen is kind of important at the moment. So here we go. All right, my first thing I'm noticing, just want to speak what my thoughts are. The drums have a really cool room sound to them. Like there's something happening with like nothing on the drums at all. So my goal is going to be how little can I get away with processing them? I want a little more punch out of the kick. I want a little more snap out of the snare. But other than that, like the rooms are real nice. I may not need to do any sort of compression or anything with these rooms if I want to keep this natural flavor. I do like the bass leaves a lot to be desired. Where's our bass bus? Because it's this one DI track, I might need to do a crazy amount of magic on this bass. We'll see. The bass player is nasty, and it's a relatively consistent everything. It's just, it ain't a lot there. So that I'm going to just get it sent to the right place right now. Hold on. All right, we're going bass in a bass bus. Everything is feeding into my mix bus. 5060 print is everything. So, by the way, it's all in the box. That's what I always titled the mix bus, so I do it in the box or out of the box, but it's just, the whole mix is in the box. It's not hitting the 5060 at all. That's just what I titled it. I'm going to wait till later to put on the VCAs because it just makes the most sense for me to work in this way. If I put the VCAs on now, I'm going to be seeing too many volume lines. Or do I move the kick from here or there? Like, I got to kind of get everything to sit the way I want before I go into dealing with VCA stuff, which is really for the automation portion of this mix. So let's just start running it. And like I said, more punch out of the kick, more boom. So I'm going to start twisting some knobs. Listen to that improvement on the bass. I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but the reason I use this bass bus I always import, this doesn't come from anybody, but a lot of trial and error of what I like and don't like. And what I found was an EQ, like a Neve EQ, adds so much harmonic character that it's kind of like EQ and saturation all in one. That's really what it is. So when I boost like 220 and I boost, the point that like top end where you hear the definition of all the notes at the very top, like 1.6, and I crank those, and I crank the top end, which is a 12K on a 1073, I believe. If I crank that all the way, it's like I'm getting so much. Like, this isn't delicate. I am slamming it with this plugin. And then there's no EQ moves at all on the channel itself, but there's a lot happening here. Into a Sans amp, cranked, because this eliminates the need for an R bass type of thing. But if I turn the lows way down, I could use this for just a distortion type plugin and then put R bass or something to give me some sub octave, some VOG, something there, right? And then my Spectre for tube flavor in the middle, mostly in the middle. It's like 400 and 500 hertz up to just the same, like on a, if you boost too much above this 1K thing on a bass, you may need to if your bass is super dark, but the more of that you boost, you get a lot of the squeaks start to come out. So for me, it's a battle of like, how much top end can I boost to get more definition without the squeaks coming out? And I've often cut lots of top end, like on the Sans amp, instead of boosting the highs all the way, I might cut the highs all the way down. It really depends on the DI that was used, the bass that was used, how the dude played, was it, how bright the bass, are there any pedals making it sound even brighter than it maybe needs to, whatever's going on there. The LA2A is, in my opinion, the best for bass, #1 smoothing tool there is. And then when you run that into something else, because the LA2A might not catch, stark pops and like aggressive changes in volume, you put this on kind of high, 12-1, 20-1, 8-1, just something more than 4-1 typically, to just catch the stuff that sneaks out of the 2A. And that's the theory here. Relatively fast. I mean, everything on 1176 is fast, so you should look at it that way. If you crank this to the right, you're really chopping down the transient, which does help get a more consistent, sort of smushy, like gooey bass tone. But if I start here, I'll typically go right with it to see how much of that I need, or I'll leave it right here, because there's something about a combination of a 2A and an 1176 when it's just catching those little bit of extras that it doesn't work the same as if I were to mute a 2A and just have this 76. If I were to do that, I would probably make the attack faster so that I could take away some transient. But once you go through the 2A into this, it doesn't often need this to be super fast attack. But that's how I usually think about it. And if the bass doesn't sound good with this combination of stuff, well, I could take it off and go a whole nother route with it. If I want sub-octave out of something else, you'll notice the little abs is sitting right here. If I want some chorus on it, I got the little, micro shift. So this is a nice little chorus plugin to add to a bass if you need to. I like it on the whatever 3 preset is. I'm not even sure. But dial to taste. If you want a little chorus, like Andy Wallace flavor bass sound, that's a good option. The VOG plugin, voice of the Almighty, right here, is a pretty cool, I think it's the DBX subharmonic synth in a plugin, pretty much. But I also have so many subharmonic plugins. I have I think it's a DBX one also, which I sometimes pull up, but this is the one that stays here. The MV2, really interesting plugin, because you can bring up the low-level stuff and kind of control it separate from the high-level stuff. So the MV2, which is Waves, is also a great plugin. It's really good on 808s and stuff too. There's you just develop your style of what you like, but try an MV2 on an 808 next time. And just really make it blobby consistent if it needs it. If it doesn't, you're good. Depending on the sound, obviously. Let's keep it moving. And then the limiter at the end, just in case, and I keep it off. But if the 76 still doesn't do the trick to chop down, if it's like a crazy erratic bass, you might need some sort of a limiter at the end. And don't be if you take the threshold down a lot to get it where the limiter's really working, take the output down too. And then just, you could boost volume after it. But a lot of times you take that threshold down, now you're going to get a lot of artifacts popping through, and you might need to lower the output, or it's going to, even though you're limiting it, it's still going to clip. And it'll sound somehow negative, is what I found, unless you kind of compensate with the limiter. Let me just see what this looks like. So yeah, you see, if I take a threshold, I'm taking the output ceiling down at least a couple dB, sometimes even more. Sometimes we're sitting down here, depending on how much leveling you really have to do. But I haven't turned the L1 on in a minute because this has been working lately. So here we go. I was just checking out a bunch of your comments there. It seems like you guys like the bass sound too. That's pretty cool. I dig that. And yeah, something on a pivot arm might be cool, because then you can get it out of the way. But everybody's situation's different. There's a reason why mastering guys use such small desks usually that don't take up a big footprint, because even a desk can have a negative impact on the sound. It can reflect And that's the problem. Anything that can reflect can have a negative impact. So keeping that in mind, if our hearing is the most important thing, like the worst thing I have going for me right now is this giant Argosy Dual 15 desk. Definitely. But I sort of need it because it's got all the stuff in it and it makes working easy because everything's within arm's reach. I put this little sidecar thing next to me because it's all, I really don't have to get up. And if I do turn the knob, I can keep my head right here. So positioning of the stuff and wiring it up, what a pain. But if you do it right, you'll be happy for a while. I don't understand the guys that go to roll their chair 10 feet behind them or whatever to turn stuff, or have to walk to something to turn it. Like, I don't get that. I've never understood that. But you do what you got to do based on space. But if you need to move away to make a change to the sound, move out of your sweet spot, it's like you're just flying blind, and then you're just doing a lot of walking back and forth. That's crazy to me. You're just guessing every time you twist the knob. I don't know how that could work. But, we're mixing in the box, so we stay right here. Super easy. But in front of me, I have the right amount of desk space, but it's a reflection. It's probably a negative. No question. I'm going to do something else on here at the moment. Let's put this plugin I was talking about before. And the presets are your friend for this plugin for one reason. I don't know about you guys, but since we're just talking about little screens, man, are these freaking numbers tiny. So just to put me in the ballpark where I can actually know what number I'm looking at, I got to pick something. Bottom line, I got to pick something. So, 40 hertz center is a good go-to, and it dials these things to, what does that say? I don't know. It looks like 5 on the amplitude and 5 on the frequency. It kind of just, and it obviously selects the 40 hertz, but it basically puts it 5.5. And then if I were to go maximum lows, it cranks the amplitude to 10, and then it leaves this on frequency 5. So that frequency thing, your guess is as good as mine. I bet you 5 is probably 50 hertz or something, which is why it, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Is that 5? No, that's not even 5. That's 3. So maximum lows is 3, which could be 30 hertz or something, but that doesn't make any sense because what is this, 5 hertz between 0 and 1? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. I don't know. All I know is 40 hertz center is a starting point that I like, and it just kind of gives me more sub-octave. That's really all this is doing. And then a lot of times once I've added that, I don't need to crank the API or any EQ so much to give me low end. Okay. We're pretty hot on everything, so I'm going to turn everything down in the session because we need it. We need to get some headroom back over here. Now, there's a lot of ways to do this. You could do it on the master and whatnot, but since I want to be able to move tracks up and I don't want to be maxed out at 12 dB above zero, I just got to take everything in the session and lower it all. We're going to do that with everything, even the VCAs that are not connected to anything right now, because it couldn't hurt to just take everything down a lot. So just group it all, everything. Let's take it down like 15 dB. It's going to be too quiet for you guys. So typically I would compensate in the room with the volume, in my monitors. I would just compensate that way and then I'll be okay. But in the interest of dialing it in where you guys can still hear it before I put crazy processing on stuff, I'll keep it at like -7. But typically I would just lower it as much as I need to be able to get at least 15, 20 dB of, movement on anything where I'm not really at zero yet or just over zero. And I would compensate in the room with monitors. If you notice what just happened there, everything is globally grouped. So I gotta take this off to be able to turn this and not have it take everything and boost 1.5K on everything in sight. That's what just happened. All right, let's step it up here in terms of time. Let's move it along. Let's move it along over here. You hear that? As I'm listening, I'm hearing a guitar thing that sounds like somebody's farting on the sauce. I wonder who's farting on the sauce. Let's listen to that. Somebody's farting on our sauce over here. There it is. There it is! Jay's farting on our sauce. You hear that farted note in there? And I got the music so low. Somebody asked me this the other day. They said, how loud are you mixing? Decibel. Let me just pull it up. I got it on my phone. It helps me to know when I'm sitting in a situation that's later going to damage my ears. Sometimes you're in like a bar or someplace and like you think the music's low and then later you leave and your ears are ringing. Not the best for people like us. I try to carry earplugs with me like at all times to make sure that I don't leave with ringing in my ears, because we have a hard enough time working every day as it is, let alone we go into a place that's basically like a bunch of chisels in our ears. So let's see what this sounds like. Like, I just want you to know how low it is. It's so low right now, but that's how I start, and then I creep up as we go. I want to show you this, but like, there's no way for you guys to see what's on the screen, unfortunately, from this distance. But it says 45, or right now me talking is up to 68, 60, 65. It's in the 60s, but when I'm playing the music's in the 40s, and it compares that to rustling leaves and quiet whisper. Right, that's what it's writing at the top left of the meter. So I find that interesting. Super low, super low. I'm gonna pop over to the chat in 1 second. I just want to kind of get in position here with some sort of processing on these vocals to kind of tame them a little. Probably going to switch this off for an 1176, but we used that last time, so this time maybe I'll use a distressor, switch it up in a different way. Let's pop over to the chat real quick and see what's really popping. Sounds sweet on my phone. Thank you, MG53V8. I appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in and checking it out. That's awesome. The singer says could care less, but the actual saying is couldn't care less. That's true. I couldn't care less. But you never heard someone say I could care less? I have. It might be right or it might be wrong. That's the thing about language. It doesn't have to be right. It's just think about the way people speak, but how many people have said the way people talk? I mean, talk, speak. I'm not sure. I think speak would be the correct word to use in that sentence, but whatever it is, it is. See that mistake on search, but now hearing it in song lyrics. Oh no, no. I mean, honestly, I think it's even better now that we hear that all the time. You could care less. You couldn't care less. You couldn't care less. It's almost like you could care less. Yeah, you could care less. Honestly, it depends on what your meaning is, right? You could care less. You could care less than you do. You couldn't care less would mean you can't possibly care any less. I think they both kind of work, honestly. We can't fight the English language and mix a song at the same time. It's just going to occupy too much of our brain power. It's impossible to do that. So we got to abandon the English fight at the moment.
In your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy.
We didn't remove that guitar fart. We got to remove that freaking fart. Come on, mouse. My mouse is messing with me. It happens sometimes. I could also copy it from the next section, something I'll do very often. But before I do that, let's get our tempo straight. If we get the tempo straight, we can then copy parts and paste them into similar sections within the grid, and it'll be fine. So let's deal with that right now. So first step, we hit play, we hit the down arrow, 2 measures, hit up, and then what is it? Apple I believe it is. So you see I grabbed it with down arrow, up arrow, Apple I. We come over here, 1, measure 3, hit enter, and it gives us 87.64. So we're kind of right on the cusp of, if we round up, we're at 88. So let's trust in the process. 88. Double clicking over here to get our tempo jam. I'm also fighting a fart mouse. Hold on. There we go. 88. Boom. Okay, so now that we're 88, we come in here, we go 1 bar on the grid, and let's just check a loop. What is it? Shift Apple L turns our play button into a loop button. We're going to need that. Let's get rid of the comments so that we can tighten this view up a little bit. There ain't no comments, so we can get rid of them. Nothing's new for you. Nothing's new for you. Nothing's new. Let's try a different spot. Sometimes end of the song is the best place to check this stuff. Something tells me it is 88 BPM. I just think it's not the, we're not locked into that metronome as well as we might be. That's definitely locked. I mean, that's right there. The beginning of the measure, like when it starts, that's when the drummer can reset and be click-oriented all day. And then, that's will be your tightest moments usually right after pauses in the song or something. So that's a good way to judge where you should check your loop. But if it was off, I'd come over here, try 87 and mess with it. But I'm fairly sure, I'd say 99.1% sure that this is the right BPM. So we'll just leave it there. Good idea, too, if you're going to copy parts to fix sections, like I'm planning on trying out right here, just to get one he didn't fart up, and then put it there, I'm going to actually not take it from the moment right after it. Like, let's find another part in the song that the same thing happens. And I'm going to go through and do my labels on the markers in a second, but I'm going to find another part in the song where the same thing happens and take it later. So it doesn't sound like a washing machine, like the same thing over and over again. Just going to come. That second one has a personality because it's late, so I'm going to try the first. All right, so we copied that. Now we come over here. Switch it off grid mode, go to slip, so you can kind of fine tune where it comes in and out. You know what I'm saying? And since this is all one part, I kind of don't mind it, right? I don't think we need any of this intro thing, but let's just hear it. The fart starts early, my friends. So what we're going to do is just kind of give it to us like this. Why is the dude having such a hard time with whatever with whatever's happening on the one beat? What's going on, dude? I think the riff just doesn't have a one beat, so that's why he's like getting his fingers set or something. He's going through some finger exercises. The girls like those. Okay, let's see what's going on here. See, the fact that he didn't play it that way the first time is making me want to not actually make it that, because I almost feel like the riff doesn't go that way. Like he's leaving the one out on the initial part of the chorus. I mean, if you could call it that, he might have just been asleep. I don't know. I like it when the freaking riff is there. I don't necessarily think the chorus is powerful enough without the riff there. We're going to leave it there for now and move on. If it bugs me, I'll go back and worry about it later, but I'm going to consider myself happy with it at the moment.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear.
If you notice what I did here, I changed which the lead is. I made it the last vocal, the 3 instead of the 1, because I felt like this one was nasal and this one had the most personality. So I lowered these, I panned those left and right, and I made this the lead just because I was getting sick of this one when it was in the lead position.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. In your tired, tired, tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, and if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. A box of flaws undone for you while you're thinking, thinking, thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And when you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
This compressor is extremely, like, it's there or it ain't there. And that's why it's not often my favorite go-to compressor on vocals, especially because there's so much more in the middle that I like to mess with between there and not there. At the same time, it's here and we're using it. So let's see if we can kind of make it work. I'm going to move through these a little quicker now that we're on to the other vocals.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings.
I'm also going to use a combination of the two, the SSL and the API, because we may need a little more carving potential on the vocals. These are great for boosts, and the B is actually okay for cutting, but you can't be super surgical. So it's good and it's bad.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. In your tired, tired, tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no.
Sometimes rooms don't sound good, hard panned, but it depends on what you're going for. If you like that super wide drum sound, it can work. A lot of times, what I'll do is actually overheads left and right to kind of spread the cymbals out of the middle. And then the rooms, which might have more of a picture of the whole drums, ideally, the whole set, I kind of go like 75, 75. There's no right answer. It's just opinion. I found that I like it when the rooms are narrower and the overheads are wider. Some people like to do the opposite, and actually the rooms are the 75 or 68 or whatever you want, left, right, and then the rooms go super wide. I just find it kind of unnatural with the rooms super left, right, but to each his own. You know, the rooms have low end in them, and I like to not make that like floop get to like my extended parts of the left and right side of the spectrum.
I might be upset.
And in this case, we got this U47. So I gotta slam this thing even more than it's slammed, because it sounds like it's just kind of like a mono room mic, which is cool. And since we got room here, let's just do something with this to kind of bring out a lot of personality. I'll just do it right on the Vision.
In your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say, and when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
So what I did, boosted top end, cut a little low end out so that the focus for low end can be more on the direct close mic, but it'll still have low end. I didn't cut all of it. I cut a little bit out, around 40, but the compression situation, like that's how I'm going to look to determine whether it's right or not in terms of it's going to bring up the cymbals, make them sound more exciting, like they last. So it becomes a battle of balance, but it also becomes a battle of how much cymbals do you want? Because if I just mess with the threshold and the ratio, I can bring down the cymbals without actually taking off some of this top end, because it's a very dark mic, if you notice. And, you know, depending on what you like on drums, I like dark drums. But if I can get brightness from like one mic doing a very specific thing to help the cymbals have length and things like that, to give the kit length, I might do it on like one mic, give the brightness there, because then it's super easy to tame, as opposed to doing it on a bunch of different, like on both of the room mics, maybe just the mono room, give you the brightness. Depends on what you like, but I like dark drums. I've never been a fan of like a lot of cymbals, so you won't see me often EQ overheads or rooms or anything in like the 5K zone. Like steer clear of where the cymbals get super harsh. 4.5, 5K, 6K, steer clear of that. So if I'm boosting, it's at 20K, way above it. And if I'm, doing anything with cutting, I was cutting a little 150 out. I'm sorry, 240 out, cutting out 240, and also cutting out a little 40. So we'll see. See how this works out for us. Let's go over the chat real quick, see what's really popping over here. Seems like we're good. We're good. Let's see. I'm glad we got through that English language debate right there. We just made it through it, guys. I'm glad we did. Sorry, I keep it. Resonator on snare for extra ping. I'm not familiar with resonator exactly. Which one is resonator? Who makes that, Alex? I'm not sure. If it's like a transient designer, it would make sense to, like SPL. My two transient designers at the moment that I go to most of the time, SPL and Spiff. But I own the Alicia one, so I may mess with that. But I've literally used it probably once. So I'm getting comfortable with the Alicia. But they're like, how many transient designers does one need? I don't know. Maybe a few. Spiff does a lot, often too much. That's why, the one that does the least, the easiest to use is definitely the SPL transient designer. When I need ping out of a snare, that's my go-to. Sustain, crank it as much as you need for your ping. But I also find the drum sounding good here. So if something doesn't have length or needs whatever, that's what I would do. My brain tries to analyze what I need to add. All I added to the snare so far is this Alicia alpha compressor for the soft clip function, similar to how I do on the kick with like standard clip, to just kind of thicken up the wave a little bit. Like if you print with this and see what it looks like, it just sort of fattens things up. Now, I may do more with it. I am a Decapitator Devil Lock kind of fan, and I've used those before. Maybe we'll do something in parallel on this one, but I doubt it. I'm liking the drum sound out the gate, which means there's like verb on it because the room sounds so good. Because there's so much room mic action happening in a good, positive way. I'm not sure I'm actually going to need a whole lot on the snare.
Softly in your ear, tiny nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't
going to have to do something, or at least I want to take it out of this live vibe of left right in terms of guitars, because there's only 2 guitars. So it does start to feel weird when you got one guy not playing nothing in this section. And I like the ability, I like laying out. It's not a bad concept, but that really means that what can we do with effects to beef up what's going on the guitar front, so that when there's this guy's playing nothing, there's still something to catch our ear in the other speaker. That's really what it comes down to for me. So that usually means some sort of like reverb coming out of the other side, or a delay coming out of the other side, some sort of way to make the guitar sound thicker and not so just directional. Because right now I'm panned about 48 over. Now this could also just be a panning thing. In other words, we could automate this where choruses happen when both guitars playing together, and then that's when we deal with something else. Like we'll maybe split out wide there, but everywhere else, maybe verses will be down the center. I want to experiment with a couple different things now that nothing is like bugging me like crazy right now. So if anything starts bugging me, I'll switch to that. But I gotta be creative with the guitar. So it's a question of what do we do? And there's a lot of choices. So let's just kind of get the vibe from the get-go, from the jump. Let's change out our lighting real quick. Now, the song's kind of chill, but here we go on the blue. Let's see what happens. I don't like what the mid-side thing is doing. Which one of these doesn't have that mid-side thing happening? I think it's this one.
For you
I'm kind of liking the Unfair Child at the moment. We'll see how long that lasts. Um, we shall see. Looking at the chat. What's going on? Spain. Hey, that's awesome. AF_EU. How's it going over there? I appreciate you tuning in. We are only blue at the moment because we were listening to a song that is a little bit on the bluey side. So I was blueberrying it up. Let's return to red at the moment. So this is like the typical lighting I have on all my videos. If you're wondering what that is, it's just these, it's like the Philips Whiz lights or something. I don't even know if it's Philips, but it's like they're built in to the freaking panels on my ceiling. They're which are acoustic, the 6-inch thick acoustic treated panels. I went with the light option. So yeah, let me see what Benjamin Buttons is talking about here. What about a harmonizer for guitar, like an Eventide thing? Yeah. There's so many. That's a good idea. Some stuff like that is, go for it. Try the Boss Digital Pan. I'm using it for all my panning now, so it's better than normal panning. Yeah. There's it's a great. There's 100 million things we could do. Those are valid suggestions. I try if I can help it. When we're talking about making the guitars wider and stuff, yeah, harmonizer's a great option. That might be something I try. I'm an H910 fan. I use it on vocals all the time. And sometimes when I add certain effects that wind up giving me like a chorusy type sound, I shy away from them because, being a guitarist, like a chorus pedal is a choice. So I try not to just like impart that just sort of on everything or make the call for a chorus sound. Whereas for me, it's like, a delay can make a room sound big if it's the right delay. And it's also a flavor choice, of course. That's the thing. It's a guitarist does effects on guitars differently, I think, than some other people. I don't know if you play guitar, you might, but I'm very lenient, or I go easy on adding certain effects that will really change the idea of what was going on, because the guitarist could have very easily just stepped on a chorus pedal or a reverb or a delay. So when I do stuff like that, like what you're about to see, I definitely am going to be changing the sound no matter what, but I'm just sort of, I'm conservative with it. And sometimes like chorusy type sounds don't always work the best. But it's an option. I like the univibe type, like swell sounds. Like I might do something like that on a solo, or, add presence to something that needs to poke out. But on rhythm guitars and stuff, or in this case, one rhythm, one leady type riff thing, the effect you choose will have such an impact on the final product, and it will take it farther away from what the guitarist's original tone idea was. So you got to go at it kind of sparingly, or just with a keen eye, or a keen ear, rather, that kind of thing. Like, I like the tone there. So if I do put something on, we're going to go automated on and off type thing, most likely. At the moment, I'll throw it on. I could throw it on an aux track, but let me just put it right on the track itself. What should we dial in? Let's experiment with some. I'll tell you one I like a lot. The what's it called? It's like this. Springs are really good for guitar, because maybe I'm just a Fender guy, but any kind of spring reverb sound just kind of has a tendency to make things sound a little wider, but not necessarily change the tone up drastically, but you can get a little more room in it.
Too quickly to appear.
I'm a huge fan of the Filter Freak. I use it for all sorts of stuff, but especially anything like this. It's great on guitars, but the Filter Freak's great for so many things. I'm going to show you some stuff with the Filter Freak in a little bit on this mix. It's one of my go-tos for like basically presets that exist that will allow you to do cool sweeps. So, if you want something to sound, that like that, there's so many cool crap out down sweep, clean up sweep. I mean, there's so many cool built-in presets on Filter Freak that are amazing for stuff like that. These sweeps, groove sweep, the FM sweep, these things are so cool, and they're great for moments in time. You shouldn't just put them on and let them rock, but this sound, when you slow it down a lot, this univibe like kind of thing, it kind of is pretty cool. I'm a fan of like the rotary speaker thing, or any pedal Hendrix would have used. Kind of, there's this fun fact: the Hendrix stuff wasn't a pedal. It was, they would create. Eddie Kramer had really cool ideas, and he would, I think, what for something he did, he put a, I believe he put the speaker, or not the speaker, he put the microphone on a fan or something and let it spin around the room while the speaker played. They did so many interesting weird stuff, like weird things that would create like that rotary kind of sound, because this was like pre-digital everything, so you had to come up with the physical way to create something like that. I don't think it was a mic. I think they put a speaker on something rotating in a carousel like fashion, and captured the guitar amp that way, and it would create that kind of rotary speaker vibe to it. But there was also speakers made for that specifically, like, the Hammond kind of has its own flavored rotary kind of thing, and the Leslie cabinets basically is what I'm referring to also. So I love all those old school sounds. Anything that reminds me of 60s and 70s stuff, it's like, where can I sign up? But in this case, we're, some of that's not so subtle, so we got to kind of navigate it as we go. Shift Apple N, we're going to create an aux of some kind, and we're going to just sort of put something on it. Not sure exactly what. We'll make it stereo, because more of the like reverb delay plugins are generally stereo, but stereo may not do well for us. It's usually harder to direct where it moves when you got stereo effects, but let's just throw something on. That's not an aux. Shift Apple N. We'll go stereo, aux, rev guitar. And we're going to put, sometimes delays are also better than anything else you could use. One of my, another favorite delay that I might try here, because the delay won't have as much of a tail. Reverbs can build up on you, and they can last longer than you want them to, whereas a delay is often more defined. So a lot of times if you use a delay as a reverb, you can get more control over it. When you hear people say, I hate reverbs and stuff, they're using delays in place of reverbs. It's hard to get, I mean, unless you want a really, really dry sound, it's hard to get out of a mix with not using anything remotely, decaying at all. So anybody who says they don't like reverbs, it's because they're using delays in place of them, and they serve a very similar function, I should say. It's not that they just don't like anything decaying, because that's not actually what they're doing. What is that plugin called? What am I thinking? I'm thinking Bill Walsh. So a lot of times I go in my head to the band first, and then I try to find a sound I like from first going with the band. Cooper Time Cube, that's what we want. Let's mess with our Cooper. First, let's send stuff to get here. So we'll go bus, let's see, is bus 7 and 8 free? Bus 7 and 8 should be free. Is bus 7 and 8 not free? Where you at, bus 7 and 8? No, we're good. Bus 7 and 8. lost 7 and 8.
Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. You're tired, tired, tired. Blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. If you need me like thousand times, that you're my kind.
Just like I kind of used the Cooper, which has 2 spots for 2 different delays, and set them slightly apart from each other and pan them to one side. There ain't no rules here, folks. Ain't no rules. It's just I got this guitar on the left, and now I got this other guitar hard right, and they're kind of creating a thing that sort of works. So I'm kind of sticking with it for the moment, and let's move to the next thing.
If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
All right, let's talk chat real quick while we're chilling in the zone here. Chilling in the zone. Oh, nice. Benjamin used to play guitar, huh? That's pretty cool. So, yeah, that's true. No, we are intuition all day, but I don't mind the suggestions. I can handle it. We can handle suggestions over here. And sometimes, you'll spark an idea, and then I'll roll with that. And honestly, fair game all around. So all good. Whatever you want to add or not. If you want to just chill, that's cool too. Everything is good. Used to play classical guitar, had classical and flamenco lessons. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's a whole new different world of guitar. If I'm faced in front of a guy who does classical stuff with the finger picking and stuff, I'm amazed when I hear that shit. I really like, a version of guitar that's different than the way I typically play. That's cool. That's interesting. You did it when you were that young. That's cool. 9 or 10. Kid was. That sounds awesome. What did you use for that pedal? That pedal. The pedal, if you're referring to one of these guitars, is just like a crunch. That's the rhythm one. But the other guitar that's got that weird cool thing, it's some sort of flanger. This is this dude Jay. So I, like most guitarists, like I didn't know what anybody was doing other than me. So, I'm the rhythm guy. This other lead type thing in here, I'm not sure what he had on exactly, but I hear a bit of some sort of flanger thing happening, but it's also, there's a little bit of a delay he has to like keep that going, and it could be who knows what else, honestly. But when I listen to this, if I take off what I added to it, which is the black spring, which I believe is Pro Tools stock plugins, I'm not positive, but I think so. That sounds real clean to me, too, like just distortion and clean. I could have sworn I heard some sort of flanger on at some point, and he had a rig in front of him, so he could step on pedals at some point. I don't know exactly which part I'm referring to where I heard that. It's so clear to me, too, there's just like a 57 smack in front of it, or like one of those Sennheiser 935, is that it? The flat mics that just kind of hang off the amp and just right on the grill. Something like that, super close, because that's why there's so little room in it. And we played this at the same time, so both of our amps are like in the same room and facing away from each other with the close mic right up on it. So that's how you're able to sort of, there might even be a gobo between the two, if I'm not mistaken, to just kind of isolate as much as possible. But, if you don't have the ability to separate everything out, none of this stuff's in the drum room, by the way. These things existed in a vocal booth, 2 guitars facing one in each direction, the thing in the middle. But there's some sort of room on it. It's probably a reverb little bit from his amp, if I had to guess. But I can hear my guitar in the background of his. If I turn him way up, listen to, there's another guitar playing, and that's me on the other side. Yeah, and on the other side, I put on the Filter Freak to create that weird thing, but that, I actually find the bleed kind of cool. And what I added to the guitar, just to kind of make it have some presence, that Cooper Time Cube does so much on, and you don't need a huge amount of delay, 40 milliseconds, 60. It was at like 15 by default when you just open the plugin, 15, and I just increase it a little bit to give it a little bit of space, makes it feel a little bit bigger. And between that and this Filter Freak thing, here's just the Filter Freak, just the Filter Freak. There's something about the way this plugin processes audio that just makes things a little more aggressive also. So some of what we're being fooled by is volume, but there's just this subtle, slight movement of that little filter that creates, a flange type sound, but it's faint because just the way I have it set with the low mix and with the rate, basically where it's giving it to us in the frequency spectrum, just makes it kind of subtle, but it still works. And again, that's a subtle change. The Cooper Time Cube, much bigger change. And it also just kind of centers the guitar, which was my focus at the moment, was just to make it where in the parts of the song there's no other guitar. I needed something to occupy some center space. But I'm also going to lower this a bunch because it does come up a lot. That works for the moment. Let me just... You could, that's with no effects on that lead. So there is something there that's doing that, like, it's rolling off the top in sort of a, messing with the tone, just like a filter would. So it's doing something, and it's moving. It's not static. And that's without the black spring completely. Here's like, wah, wah, wah. So that's, I don't think that's a wah pedal. I think that's some built in, maybe auto wah, some kind of thing he had dialed in on his board in some way. Does he fart again? I just heard another fart right there. What is that? I'm adding a reverb, same thing like I did before to him. And we're going to do bus 1112. We're going to put something on him that's going to spread him out a little bit from where he's at to also get him in the left speaker. Maybe a delay. We'll see. Maybe an Echo Boy or something. Let's try Echo Boy in case people have that. Or actually, if you saw me use Echo Boy a lot last time, we could use something else. We could use a tape echo. Could use the EP34 tape echo. Could mess with that. I used to use the T-Rax tape echoes all the time, and I still like those a lot. How we doing on the sound? You can hear me, or you need me to turn my mic up a bit? Check, check. Add a sharp, choppy tremolo with the flanger for a spacey sound. Yep, that's a good idea. In a little section of a song or something, tremolo is one of my favorite guitar effects. That, like, especially when you're holding a chord and you get it to do that, like, wah, 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 that, like, pop, 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 pop. It's really cool. It reminds me of, I used to cover Immigrant Song all the time. I love that song. And in the verses, with that, like, blah, blah, it's such a good place for a tremolo. Blah, blah, da, 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 da. Such a good, like, you know, like, when you hold that note, hold a note, hit the tremolo, life is good. Cool, AFEU. I'm glad you could hear the vocals good. Maybe it's when the music's playing that the vocals are hard to hear, but that's okay, because the way I have it set with the speakers, there's no vocal when the music's playing. It has to be muted, otherwise the mic would pick it up.
Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for you, while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. Box of flaws undone for you.
This is a good opportunity to do the clip gain thing that I talk about all the time. I want to hear her vocal more, but I don't want to do it with automation and make giant moves with it. And the compression can't possibly work properly when her vocal is this quiet. So we're going to come in here and we're going to boost her up to get her more consistent with the rest of the volume of the track. It is still like sort of a backup vocal, but it's way too quiet. And if I need to adjust it further, I'll break it again and then pull it up in another place. So I'm basically sitting here doing that to be able to get the compressor to work most efficiently. Now, I am not a fan of meticulously going through the track and doing all this before you start. Some people do, and it does work fine, but I like to do it when I need it. You know what I'm saying? Only when I hear, like, I want her and I don't hear her. So we got to fix that. And that's a symptom of what she's singing. She's singing a very, like, lower part in her register, and it's much quieter. So I want more of it. And I don't want to have to do this on automation. I don't want to automate the plugin. I don't want to do this with volume automation. I want to just do it in clip gain.
Tiny nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. In your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I
Now, just judging by what this looks like, if these both exist here, I do want one to be hard left for her, one to be hard right. So I'm going to change the way the panning is. Just noticing this spot is making me be like, okay, this got to be in the center so that when the part changes, I do have an even left and right. So I'm constantly thinking about balance within the speakers at the same time as, balance of the mix, the frequencies within it, but more what exists on each side, which is why I attacked the guitars the way I did.
I will be right there when you say, and if you need me, like, ooh, jeez. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be.
Now this vocal we're going to hit with something. As soon as we start hitting it with these effects, it's going to change things too. So I might as well start throwing those on right now. So 97, 103, 104. I'm going to hit the chat in a second too. 97. Get her up and then put that here. And then also 103, 104. Get it up. Get that over here. Now, if you got panning happening, always remember FMP. Follow main pan. Follow main pan. Follow main pan. Follow main pan. Just keep it on follow main pan, and whatever happens here will duplicate itself where you're sending it. It'll be the same. That's what you want. Same thing over here. Let's put on, 93 and 105, 106. So we're going to turn on follow main pan. We're going to duplicate that here, and we're going to go 5106, turn that on, follow main pan. You know, as soon as you hit that, it removes the need for the pan pot because it's already there. And it follows. See, now it's on the right side. Bada bing. Okay, we got all that. Now let's come over here. Devokes. So 95 and 101, 102. Now, I could populate this all by doing the shift option thing, but I find that since I have to go in here, I have to do this, and I have to click, it's easier just to drag it after it's done and copy it that way. I'm holding option, and I'm dragging. Hold option down, boom, boom, boom. Put it wherever you need to. 101, 102 is the other one. Now, sometimes people will ask, like, why do you sometimes use 101, 102, or let's, in this case, 95, plus 95 for two different things? We got 95 here and 95 here. It just comes down to how much do you want to be able to control what you're sending, the volume of what you're sending. That's really all that I think about. In other words, if I think the same volume can be sent to this reverb and this plate, then I don't need to create a second, 95 and then to make the next one 97 and like what for? So that I can just go to another fader and mess with it. There's no reason. I want the same amount sent to it because I can still control the volume of each separately on the output, the volume of that specific channel on the aux. So I don't need to worry about it here. It's just how do I need to control how much I'm sending to each? That's how I think about it. So sometimes I want to send potentially less to the, let's say, 95 than I do to 101, 102, which is a delay. And I might want to automate the delay send or something, in which case I separate them. So most of it is a habit that was built up over time, realizing I want my reverb generally on like one send, and then it doesn't matter if I have two or three of them. Sometimes it does, but usually doesn't. And then the same thing with delay. I want the delay on its own send. And there could be 2 or 3 or 4 delays, but as long as the send is on one, that's how I think about it, is like one send, 3 or 4 delays or 2 delays or whatever. 1 send for reverb. It could have 3 or 4 of them. So that's the concept. So now over here, we got 81, 99, 100, and if you notice, they're all 99, 100 because these are probably delays. Echo Boy delay, Galaxy's a delay, Echo Boy's a delay. The Eventide is not a delay, and neither is the Little Plate. But in this case, they all live on 99, 100. So for whatever reason, what I imported this from didn't need anything else. The only one that doesn't is the DB verb. So most likely this one existed in the chorus or in verses or something, and I needed a send for that, and the rest of them could all live on the same send. So that's why they do. 81. And most of this stuff, literally, you can go in and change it as you need. It just comes down to what do you need for the moment? What works for the moment and what works most of the time. Whoops. Need to click FMB. Okay. I'm going to turn my my vocal mic on the last stream I felt like was a little hot. So I turned it down a smidge, but I'm going to turn it up. I'm going to turn it up now. This is where it was on the last stream. So I'm going to leave it there. Check, check. I get loud and quiet. I'm a very dynamic speaker, I guess, in terms of volume. I'm coming at you hot sometimes, and sometimes I'm just whispering at you. Just whispering. So we'll keep it here. Turned it up 2 dB. Bada bing. Total mix is its own thing, man. Total mix. If we do a video on total mix, who knows what will happen. Who knows what will happen? Where did our chat go? Talk to me, chat. Where are you at? Where did our chat go? I'm going to flip back the chat right now so we can get that popping. Chat coming at you. Here we go. All right, we're back. All right. So I appreciate you holding it down, GDP. Thank you. Sounds okay here. Cool. Don't know why, but my Phantom Center sounds a bit weak. Like if there's some mid-side, like if there is some mid-side going on a bit high in the side. Yeah, that's a lot of that happens when you start messing with, I haven't even messed with a mid-side EQ yet, but just by, taking the guitars out of the center and panning them left and right. And when one guitar isn't consistent, like in terms of one's a lead guitar, it's very sparsely played, and the other one's, not. What's happening too is if the guitars are too loud in the mix, which they might be at the moment because we were just focused on them, the guitars are going to occupy a lot of side space, and the middle is going to sound weaker as a result because the music that exists in the middle ain't the guitars, and they're the loudest thing in the mix. So it's kind of a combination of all this stuff. But as we get dialed in here, I'm sure it'll be good. What time is it? Oh, it's 5:10 a.m. Like, I'm a late person. I can't help it. It's 5:10 a.m. because we're Eastern Standard Time. But by GDP in Japan, it's a whole nother thing. It's a whole other world over there. That's cool. 10:10 a.m. over there for you. That's awesome. What's going on? 158 beats 7. Nice stopping by. How you doing over there? Darren D. Hello, everyone. What time is it? I'm glad to have you here, too. Wow, 1010 over there for you. Where are you at, Benjamin Buttons? What part of the world are you in? Yeah, locked in from UK. Awesome. That's amazing. 7 p.m. for GDP. Nice. We got all sorts of time going on over here. But anybody got questions about mixes you're working on or anything, throw them in here. It doesn't have to be exactly what I'm doing at the moment. Happy to chat about it. Throw it in there. We're going to keep doing what we do. Alex asked a good question here. Alex Christoph drums. Evan, do you like 300 BPM, 30-second note, double kicks, and blast beats? I mean, if they come across my desk, I'll take them. And you have to do very different things when you're mixing stuff like that. You don't have a lot of room for decay time. I'll just put it to you that way. Yeah, it's a very different thing. More about like transient focus and less about like letting things ring. But that's pretty cool. You probably like stuff like that. You're a drummer. I feel like drummers sometimes like that super fast stuff. Sometimes I dig it. Sometimes I dig it. I wonder how many BPM System of a Down Chop Suey is. What is the... I wonder how many BPM that is when it's like, wake up, make up. Like, what is that? What's the BPM for that part? I'm curious. It's probably super fast. But maybe it's probably not 300 BPM. But I'm curious what that is. I'm curious. Also, we're about to return to the jam here. Yeah, talking about building pedals, Benjamin over there. Yeah, I have a buddy who builds pedals, and the dude is so thorough with it. He built some really cool pedals. I know some are harder to build than others. He built some really funky, cool pedals, especially this. He built like a bass fuzz that's so good on everything. Doesn't matter what you put it on, but it can handle a bass real well. And, just a bunch of different cool circuits. The dude kind of took stuff he liked and modded it up and made it sound like all sorts of gnarly stuff. He's got this cool it's kind of like a tape delay echo thing, but it's got some sort of weird randomizer thing in it, or at least I just don't know how it works. So every time I'd step on it, it would just sort of take the sound and make it crazy. So you'd be playing a riff and it could be like, and it would just be like, it would just turn it into a freaking bag of cats. It was pretty cool. Like, I wish I could get that pedal in here. It would be cool for an effect on something, but I don't know what that was. It was almost like the sound when you move the time on a tape machine, like any tape echo or something. Any delay really, if you adjust the time and you hear it, how weird it's like, that weird like sound that it makes when you move it, the variable, as you're moving it, something like that. It was a very interesting, weird pedal. But I think there's a need for stuff like that, personally. I think there's a big need for it. Liverpool, 23 minutes from Liverpool Street. Liverpool Street. I didn't know Liverpool was a street. Outskirts of London. Nice. Good to have you guys here. Let's see what we got popping right now. And we haven't added effects to the vocals yet. We've just dialed in some stuff, but we're about to hear some craziness because vocals just got added. Also, we figured out, GDP and I diagnosed the issue with Audio Suite, and now we are up and running with this right here, Preview Audio Path. This should allow, if all goes well, this should allow us to, anything in Audio Suite you guys can now hear. So we should be grooving to some sweet music in a second. Vocal City. Lead Voc effects. So Voc effects got to come down a lot. But we knew that was going to happen because all I did was put them on. Too quickly to appear in your tire. Let's take the sends down. If you notice, the sends are everything like getting in there super hot. So got to take all these down. Let's take them all down. Let's take them down at least 10 dB, maybe 15 dB while I'm at it. Boom, boom, boom. Take that one down as well.
New, for you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be.
You could tell where stuff is quiet and where it's loud. I mean, it's so obvious in the waveform. And this is the kind of thing that doesn't benefit from a crazy amount of dynamics. Like vocals is one of those things that I will more often than not mess with clip gain to try to get satisfied with an even performance. Because, you know, dynamics are great, but in this case, I need to hear the words.
And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be.
All right, let's restore balance to this thing. Guitars are hot. I need more drums. I need more bass. I need all the good stuff. We got to get more good stuff happening. I've been so focused on the guitars that I'm losing track of what's important here. So let's take them all down. That's what we want. Where's our all guitars? Here we go. All guitars. Let's just bring them down.
Jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say.
Just trying to dial in something that might be a little more preferable on the backgrounds that's doing this part.
Blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No.
Ain't no auto-tune up in this piece. Ain't no auto-tune. Ain't nobody drive me crazy.
For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe for you are.
We got to take these vocals down a bit too. Let's get down. Let's get. What do we got? EJ Vokes, D Vokes. Hold on. 13. There we go.
And I dream this can't be fantasy. No. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me like.
We got to hear this guy here. What's going on with this guy?
And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once
He really comes in kind of hot. I like his voice though. Dude has a good voice.
And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, once, I told you 1,000 times. And if you want me, I will be right. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000.
All right, I got to switch the screen up. My bad. I got caught. Here we go. I got caught in the ruckus. Screen is back. Screen is back. GDP saves the day. Could have gone another 2 hours like that. Thank goodness. Back to the chat. Let's go. Who's going to call me names? I deserve it. Let's hear it. I'm going to chill here for a bit. Let's go. Yeah, that's awesome. Chill here for a bit. Oh, nice. Stains. Ever consider using spectral editing in place of gate for things like sampled noisy drums, etc.? Something I stumbled on recently and haven't gotten incredible results out of. To be honest, I am so old school with the stuff. I have a couple like weird gates that do intelligent stuff, like that Black Salt Audio silencer is an interesting one when I can't dial it in on like the SSL. But the cool thing with the G, SSL 4K G, is you have a little bit more flexibility with the gate than you have on some of the other ones. So my first go-to is usually 4K G on the gate. In this case, we're using the Vision. I mess with that gate. Gates have personalities just like compressors do. So if one doesn't work, try other ones. Even the stock Pro Tools gate, the Dyne 3 gate or whatever, I've used many times. They're all fine. Like literally they're all fine, and they all also don't work depending on the source. So it's so source dependent, but I do find use in that Black Salt Audio. I think it's the silencer. That one's really good. I have a multiband gate also, and I don't remember who makes that. I think it's like Axe or AAX or whatever. I'm not sure. But they like AAX DSP or something like that. That one, the multiband gate's interesting, but it's almost as interesting as it is. It's not quick enough for me to like just put on and get a result I like. I wind up sitting there dialing it in way too long, and a lot of times, keep this in mind, when you go to start mixing something and your thought is there's too much cymbals and everything, I need to gate all the drums. In my mind, that's the wrong way to look at it. A lot of times, drums sound good with a little bit of bleed from all the mics. That's what's giving them character. So if soon as I pull up a track, if I hear the drums sound good to me, the last thing I'm going to do is start gating everything. I usually do that when, if maybe I want to make the kick a certain thickness, I want to compress it a lot or something, and that, as a result, brings up cymbals. Now I got to throw a gate in prior, that kind of thing, so I can not have those negative effects come up. But I look to gating almost as a last resort once things either work or don't. But if the drums sound like, terrible, then I would probably just be like, all right, we got to gate this, because it's, if you have a mic and you're miking the snare and it's like 3 feet away, like I've seen people do ridiculous things, you're going to wind up having the whole kit from the side, not a snare mic. And in which case you got to do all sorts of weird stuff to get that to work. I lean on the Tom Lord Alge trick in certain circumstances where I just need a tick at the, if you can't get it out of your snare, just get the tick sound, the very beginning, the tick, tick. Just get that, and then add the rest with a transient designer. Just crank the sustain all the way if you have to. Use the tick in combination with the sustain all the way, attack all the way down, and blend those two together. If you have to use a sample also with it, like do what you got to do. But there's all sorts of ways you can kind of combat a bad mic, a bad miking technique that was used. If I can help it, like in this case, the drums sound great. Like I don't want to mess with the sound of the drums. So gating is, I haven't gated a drum yet in this song, and I don't know if I will. It's not like I always go back and gate drums. If I think I need more of something, I might hit it with a decapitator, hit it with a devil lock, hit it with Wolfcom, hit it with something, and then it's going to bring up some negative artifacts that I don't want. If it happens to be lots of cymbals, that's a problem. The track I did last on, the live thing, that particular drum had a kick drum mic outside of it. It was a D112, but it was outside the skin. And as a result, like, it has cymbals in the mic. If you notice, when people use those blankets over top of, like, they create like a tunnel from the kick drum to the kick drum mic, they're doing that to keep the cymbals out of it. That's really the reason for, like, quarantining your kick drum mics, to keep as much cymbals as you can out of it. It's also a good reason to use one mic inside the kick and then use another one outside the kick. Like, it comes to mind, people use a D112 in the kick. If you cut a hole in it, you get in there. So you get that beater side, and then use like a FET 47 outside the kick. A very common thing to give you the low end boom, but also get inside right by the beater, so there's all sorts of ways to do this. In that track I did last time, because it was outside the kick with no blanket or nothing covering the top of that mic, it was picking up cymbals. And I only heard it when I compressed it a lot, when I brought up, everything outside of the drum. So I had to deal with it. Yeah, and you just brought up something else that's pretty interesting. A lot of people use gates to basically add like a pumping action, to basically, it's used on bass that way. If you have a bass tone that's almost like missing finger attack at all, you can kind of dial a gate in to make it do, like, what the fingers would typically do when you hear all the bounce between the notes. You can do a similar thing. I've seen people do it on like overheads to kind of calm down the ring of cymbals and make it kind of breathe. Like, you're adding that sort of lively breathing action with a gate. It's not something I go to all the time, or honestly, I use it very rarely for that. And it's mostly because I like the sound of really just natural drums. So unless there's something like wrong with the performance or the room or the miking, it's not something I look to do all the time. But there's so many other ways to add flavor, like adding it with a gate on drums, to flavor with a gate on drums. It's not one of my favorite things to do, but it is a technique nonetheless. But yeah, on samples or like recorded sounds that have no movement, it's a good way to add life to them. So if you're dealing with, like, all programmed stuff and it's just a static sound, there's not a lot of movement in it, that's a good thing to do. Another good thing to do in that case is use stuff like what do you call it, the pencil tool, and randomize. Like, you see in the pencil you got random. That's a thing I've used very often, is you click random and then you just sort of draw. So if I were to just show you what I'm talking about, if I were to take this random thing and I just draw on this line, you see how it just creates, a volume automation thing that's just a little bit up and a little bit down. Very interesting way to create life in something. You could do it just very slightly, or, crazy if you want, but that's an interesting way to give life to something that's totally static. And how many of us deal with loops and stuff today where it's so static? It's a really good way to make a snare feel like it's doing what a live performance would do, or anything. Hi-hat, snare, kicks, you name it. Anything, literally. You do it on literally anything. On a bass or something, I probably wouldn't, depending on what I'm talking about. But, because with bass, the name of the game is consistent low end. If you lose low end when you're listening to a song, like if there's some notes have holes in them, literally, you hear like low end, and then for whatever reason, it doesn't exist on this fret, that becomes problematic for me. But if I don't hear it in the track, I don't like look for that problem. I just, if I hear it in the track, great. And if not, I'm okay. But if you seek out problems, you will find them. So the goal is to not seek out problems. The goal is to just go through and do as little as you can possibly do.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be right there.
We gotta adjust our drum balance a bit. I want the toms to really poke out at us during fills like that. Now, here's a good solution where, I mean, like I'd come in here and just gate these so that they don't make a whole lot of noise until the toms happen. Sometimes this could create a negative experience, and if it does, we will mess with it. But, you know, get it so that it's pretty much silent until the, and you could do this a lot of ways. Some people don't gate drums. They come in and they cut. They cut everything out except for the fills. I've seen it all ways. When a drummer sounds good, though, and if there's no part where he's like playing on the toms and doing like, you know, making it where there's subtle ghost notes on the toms, you could easily go in and just find the hits and then take everything else out and avoid the gate altogether. You know, in our case, let's see what works best. Becomes a battle of how much do we want to take out, really, because in this case, I actually think that if I were to mute, it actually gets like it takes something out of away from the drum kit. So I like the bleed on the mics a little bit, which sounds crazy, but I actually like the bleed on these tom mics a little bit. That's your mic. Right now, I made it subtler, and I don't know if I love it subtler, like with hardly any bleed. That's your barely poking through us now. That should be okay. When you Now let's hit it with some EQ. Hitting it with some EQ. But yeah, that's a good situation for, if this didn't work, I would probably go to a different gate, but it seems to be working okay, so I'm okay with it. But that silencer is another option right there. Just boosting the bejeez out of the bottom and taking out dumping some middle, 500-ish, and just cranking some top end on it. Got to be careful with the top end because you get those cymbals in it. So if I did boost, I'd 10K, 12K, but the mids, like that, the attack of the drum, I'm just hitting it with some 1.5. I might go up to 3 or something, but the higher up you go, careful, you get near the cymbals. Based on where the drum mics are, like you got a rack, it's higher, it's generally closer to the cymbals. You're not going to be able to EQ it the same as you might a floor tom, lower, further away from the crash cymbals. Things like that, you got to think about. Positioning of where the drum is in relation to how close other things are will mean you can't crank as much top end without pulling up more cymbal. So these are also reasons why I don't love to compress toms, because you will get more cymbals, and the last thing I want is the whoosh whoosh. Do 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 do. Yeah, I dialed in kick and stuff earlier where I felt like it was a kind of ideal amount of lows and subs, sub lows especially, because we got a Voice of God plugin on the kick. The bass is sounding kind of nice. I don't want to mess with that too much. But once I get the balance set, we'll know if I need more lows on the kick or anything. But at the moment, I'm more just focused on hearing these toms. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Darren.D, I'm with you on that. And automate vocals go, oh, of course, we haven't done nothing with vocal automation at all yet. But yeah, no, oh, yeah. I hit all the automation at once I get dialed in. Some people automate early so that they can kind of hear things moving and then have to do less with EQ and stuff. I like to just get the balance sitting kind of nice. Then I do a lot of EQ moves and basically the stage we're in now. Then I eventually get to automating everything once I'm stoked with a static mix of where everything sits. I'll automate vocals and this and that. Usually prior to all that, I'll get my effects dialed in, which is pretty next on. What I mean by that, vocal effects, scene changes, that sort of thing, and any sort of auxiliary craziness that I do in Audio Suite. We'll get all that dialed in. Once that's all set and we got a good static mix, we move to automation, which all happens on the VCAs for me. I'm glad you think everything's clean, man. Yeah, no, it's this song didn't need a whole lot, but there's still some stuff. I say it didn't need a whole lot, and it wouldn't surprise me if I still need at least another hour on it to mess around, if not more. We'll see. But that's because I could spend some time on effects and automation, and just that's the heart and soul of your mix. In my opinion, no mix is done until at least an attempt of automation has happened, at least one attempt, and that happens after I give it some scenery, which for me is all effects. Like, scenery is the answer for, a little bit of ear candy here and there.
too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No, no. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Whisper softly in your ear, tell you nothing's new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less.
We're going to side chain some stuff to these reverbs and things. Not all of them, but the ones that have R comp on them. We're going to side chain some stuff to just sort of create a little bit of a ducking situation. I'm also going to flip this to the end of the channel instead of the beginning. And if you notice, see M7R. So this helps with effects. Creates a little bit of a duck situation prior to hitting whatever it is. So like, let's say it hits the reverb and then it allows room to squash it so the lead vocal can appear, and then the reverb takes over when the lead vocal's done. I like that. Who doesn't like that?
Whisper softly in your ear, tell you nothing's new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired. Whisper softly in your ear, tell you nothing's new. For you are too quickly.
I'm also going to add some markers as we go here because I'm starting to feel like this is where I need them. I need them now. As soon as I start to add effects, I want to punch the effects up in the chorus, down in the verse, up in the pre-chorus. So I need to have my markers set.
Whisper softly in your ear, tell you nothing's new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes blue jeans.
Now, since this is actually a change after the word, it's like, where do we want the vocal to change? One is a different question than where the marker is. That's the downbeat. So that's where we're gonna put our marker there, even though, you know, pre-chorus. And if you notice, I started with 3. That's because 1 is the start and 2 is the end. So the numbers help me navigate the session. So verse 1 is 3, pre-chorus is 4. That's why location number 4. If you go decimal point 4 decimal point, it takes you right to wherever like number 4 is. Decimal 3 decimal. For some reason, it only works if you have your keypad on your keyboard. If you have the numbers over the letters, it doesn't work as well. All right. Or when I say doesn't work as well, I mean at all. It doesn't work at all when it, for some reason, at least not for me. When I hit the numbers over the letters, it has to have its own keyboard. So I tried it on a little keyboard once, didn't work. That's how I know that. I was like, what's going on? And then I realized it doesn't have the separate number section. This is our chorus. Now I'm pushing the down arrow to just sort of get me in the right ballpark with the marker. And this is post-chorus. So 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's actually start. And then this would be 3, 4, 5. I put 6, I believe. Why did I do that? Let's see. What did I do here? Yeah, that's why. That's 5, that's 6. Okay. V2, 7. Ready, in your blue jeans. I might. Yep, so solo is 10. Last chorus. It's basically just an outro, but it's the last chorus. 11. And then. Okay. All right, good. Just making sure my numbers are right. Outro. Now let's get our ending and our start figured out. Ending and our start. Super long fade. We could just take it any time in here is probably okay. Let's hear it. It's like, how much fade do we need, you know? So now what I do, 4/100ths of a second. So let's call this the end. Just find my dot. So I'm dotted up. 340.90. So we know we need 9.4 at the least, at the very least. So I come in here and I'm looking at this little part right here, that little thing. See, that's 9.3, 9.4, 9. Okay, so now just because it's the end of the song, Doesn't matter. And this is real quick, hundredths of a second, super quick. So anywhere past 4, I'm okay. We'll just take it here, 5/5. That's good enough. And we'll do end. And we're going to make that marker 2. So I'm looking at the second decimal place. That's the key. Second decimal place, 9/5. And then the dot, which is really the last bit of sound, is here at 9/4. 9, I'm sorry, 9/0. That's 9/0. See what I'm saying? 9/0. So we're good over there. Now let's go to the front. Same thing. If you hear that guitar thing, that's kind of a cool sound. That pick scraping, I don't want to avoid. So we're going to go to the guitar track just to see where that happens. It happens right there. You can see it. All right, so we just want to get ahead of that. Sometimes if I need to get in close, I'll bump this up too, but that just doesn't help us really now because there's noise on the track from the amps and whatnot, so it's not really actually going to help us to do that. Let's get this back to where I like it. And that's about right. So now we come in here. Since this is the spot, I'm just going to go 400ths of a second ahead of that. So 400ths of a second backwards from the second decimal point, 1/4. So we know 1/0, absolute closest we want it. And in our case, we're going to go beyond that. Let's go to just a little past it. 8/9 is fine. And why is it fine? Because that's where I wound up. 8/9. Start 1. It just has to be more than 400ths of a second so it doesn't cut it off and abruptly start your song. Now, I've made sure the number's 1. So decimal, 1 decimal takes me right here. If I go decimal, 2 decimal, I'm at the end. So when I want to print, I just hold shift. And if I start with any of them, point, decimal, 2 decimal, hold shift, decimal, 1 decimal, boom, it highlights everything to the front. So now we got the whole pass. All right, now let's dial in effects. So I had to do that for a reason. I'm going to jump to the chat right now to see if anybody's popping. I'm glad, man. Benjamin telling me it's sounding good so far on my phone. I like to hear that. I like to hear that. That's awesome. Yep, about to hit it with some different automation and whatnot, and then we'll know what's really good once we get done with that. Yeah, let's see what happens right now. Anybody have any other questions or anything? I appreciate you stopping by, checking it out. Let me know. I'll help you out with whatever you're thinking. It doesn't need to have anything to do with the track we're working on at the moment, but if it does, awesome. So right here, all my effects built in. Now, Galaxy, it's just set. If you were to say, like, how are these things set? It's what worked on the last song. And a lot of my go-tos are for effects come from presets, because if I'm dialing in like a guitar and I want it to be super subtle, well, I kind of know ahead of time you don't want it to be that many milliseconds. Like, for example, I knew ahead of time, 40 milliseconds, 60 is going to be fine if I want space on a guitar, but I don't want it to sound like a strong delay. When it comes to vocals, really song dependent. Like, we're talking whether an eighth works or a dotted eighth or a triplet is all going to be dependent on the groove you want to add to the song. So they don't often stay the same, but you can start with any preset is my point, and then kind of figure it out from there very easily. So like on our Echo Boy, for example, if I set it at 1/16th, I know I got kind of the tightest amount of little bit of flavor. Like it will, if there's a lot of distortion and saturation, it's going to eat up stuff. So that means a nice little 16th note slap kind of thing It's just going to make the vocal sound thicker, but not sound like an obvious delay. If I want obvious delays, that's usually where I go to Audio Suite, and I will put exactly where I want and tailor it to the song. So I'll show you what I mean. Like in these verses, let's just grab the spot of the verse. What happened here? Looks like vocal 1 moved. All right, so our goal is, let's see what we need and what we don't need. I don't hate the way that vocal sounds, but a lot of that is happenstance just because of what has been pulled up. So I'm actually just going to remove everything except for these two. The Galaxy tape, and what do we got? The DB verb, which is set on this LJ vocal room. Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. That has a nice natural sound to it. Now I might audition the little plate and see if I like that better. Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear. And you're tired, tired. Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothing. And where I end it is just dependent on the term, I mean the phrase. If the next part starts here, it's going to sound weird to cut it there, probably. So I may just come into it and pull this up and move it around. So it gets this phrase, and then the next one is different. But at least we'll get all of this phrase being the same before we change into something else that's drastically different. So I'll just pull this down. Come on. Come on. There we go. So like I want all this stuff to just be the same. This part we could leave. That's there. That's there. That seems to be working for us. This we want down until the next part. Down until the next part. This thing up here, we want to exist on this word. So we're going to pull that up. The multi-tool is my best friend. I use it all the time. Up here, these three all selected. I don't know how anyone could do a mix without that thing on all the time, to be honest with you. I love that thing. Whisper softly in your ear. Now we could do something like a throw on the end of the word with the reverb on the plate because it's super dense, but it takes up too much space. So maybe just on the plate, you know, we'll add a little of this kind of love. Sounds too weird if it just cuts off, so we're going to have to fade it out. Maybe something a little subtler, little more subtle would be good. Like, let it fade out instead of just dying, but let's also a little less. Got to start a little earlier or we don't quite get what we're looking for. Now, this could be easier if I just go to the draw thing and start drawing it instead of pulling stuff around, but I'm sort of used to just pulling stuff around. It gets a little frisky when I click this and then I got to draw. It doesn't usually turn out the way I want, but we could mess with that too. The thing I don't like about it is you gotta like stop the playback and come back and kind of do that, but let's hear it. Don't love that. Still too harsh. For some reason, this just works easier for my brain. It's hard to explain why. It's just like you pull up the whole, you highlight, you pull, and then the fades in and out seem to just work better for me. And I'm just so used to it.
too quickly to appear.
I kind of like that. And maybe on some of these we won't use the plate. We'll use like the Galaxy or something and automate those. Let's see.
To appear. When you're tired, tired, tired. Blue jeans appear. When you're tired, appear. When you're tired, tired, tired. Appear. When you're tired, tired, tired. To appear. When you're tired, tired, tired. Blue jeans appear. When you're tired, tired, tired. Blue.
On this word, this might be a good opportunity to actually use something else. Let me see. Let's see what else we can play with. Maybe this Echo Boy or this tape echo. 500 millisecond delay on the tape echo. And how are the repeats? The repeats are kind of low. So if we wanted to make this crazier, we could hit it with more repeats. The choices I've made here for what to use are usually things that just work in a subtle way. So they're not going to be crazy throws or stuff like that. Because I can basically make those on a case-by-case basis using Audio Suite, and that's my preferred way to do it.
Tired, tired. Blue. Tired, tired. Blue. Tired. Blue. Tired. Tired. Blue.
Lower that a bit. Maybe this needs a little H910, and let's hit it with this Echo Boy. I'll show you what I mean, Audio Suite wise. We're gonna come in here. You know, which is the lead vocal? This one. So I usually build it off the lead. So Shift Apple N gives me new track. Now, I often make these mono because for whatever reason, I can move it easier using the generic auto pan and not rely on Pan Man or any stereo plugins that sort of I would use for panning. But I create another vocal track and then use Audio Suite to kind of do whatever I need, any kind of effect, and then just move it where I want. So in my opinion, it works easier on an audio track than on an auxiliary bus. I'll show you what I mean. I'll call it Flav 1. And we'll take something like where this tired is. Where's the time?
Tired, tired.
And we will, you can grab this on grid mode, and then generally if you set the grid right, like,
Tired.
Let's take off the group. We just want the lead.
Tired.
So that's just tired. We're going to put that here. What's going on here? Apple C. There we go. Now, Audio Suite for the first time making an appearance tonight. So let's see how this rolls out. Now, we could do this 100 different ways. First thought is let's make it filtered. So my go-to filters, I have a ton of go-to filters, but the Butch Vig I used last time, and I love it because there's so many different, it's doing so many things. It's doing compression, it's doing saturation, it's doing, you know, EQ moves, and it's just one click. So you can't beat that in terms of quickness. So I just rendered this. I didn't even preview it because I'm sure it's fine. And now we're going to kind of hit it with something else also. Now, you could generally do this all in like Echo Boy. It has a saturation knob, but the Butch Vig one just kind of gives you an interesting filtered sound. If you don't want the filter and you just want saturation, hit it with anything. You know, Echo Boy has plenty of choices where you wouldn't necessarily need something else. But let's start with an eighth. Let's take the mix. Mix is probably okay there. Feedback, we're going to crank because we want it to repeat a lot. And I'll control the fade out itself, but let's hit preview. That's what we're talking about here. It's just going to be something cool. Maybe ping pong. Maybe we'll change 1 to quarter note. You really don't need low cut or high cut because we've already filtered it. So this is sort of redundant. And saturation is sort of redundant when it sounds okay. So it just sort of saves you a step in here when tweaking, but at the same time, it adds a step. So call it what you will. Make sure you have an extra bit selected so that it actually renders where you want it to. So if I hit render, it gives me all the goodness, and then I can tighten this up however I want. But it existing on its own track means it also shouldn't duplicate right over the word most of the time. It'll sound better in the place you want it, wherever the delay in your head happens. So if it's like tired or tired, like just find it on the bar line. That's how I do it. That's a little too late. Now I don't stop there. I hit it. I gotta hit it with a panner because the beautiful thing about effects is they should move. This is down the center. That's a big no-no if you ask me. So I come in here, I'll just pick a slot, any slot, and we'll hit it with auto pan stereo. Now, I'm just old school OG Pro Tools, so this is a solid panner that if I just take the rate down, I always lower the rate because when it starts like wherever it is at the BPM. It's too fast, man. Gotta slow it down. Otherwise, it's like, it makes me dizzy. So I always lower the rate all the time because that to me always feels better. Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe. Now, there's no end to the amount of things you can do once you start rolling in this way. You could add other effects to this too. Reverb, tremolo, you name it, flangers. Like, I like to keep it very basic on the track itself. And sometimes if I need extra flavor and oomph, I'll put something here, you know, like another delay plug in here or something. But in this case, I'm just dialing each delay the way I want. So I'm going to leave this one alone, and then we'll move to the next one. And I can choose not to have the 8th, do a 16th, do a 32nd. No, do a triplet. That's the beauty of dialing them individually. Nothing is static, and you create each one. It sounds like it takes more time, but trust me, in my opinion, this is the way to get the feel you want. And it'll also help you with scenery. Like, you know, if I were to take this same track, I just realized maybe you can't hear what I just did here because this is not in bus freaking 5060. Here we go. Now it's going to the mix bus. My bad. So once you get it routed, then when you duplicate, it all makes sense. So let me just play you what I just did. Here we go. Turn it up a little louder than I would have it typically so you could hear it. Sometimes it seems that. Okay. Doing well, it seems. Doing well. Yeah. Nice. Thanks for letting them know, GDP, about like approximately where I am in this thing. Yep, that's the deal. We're just about, you know, effect time, automation time, and then, you know, rebalance. Sometimes there's slight rebalance that happens after that, but usually once automation is set in position, that's where it starts to feel real, just alive. Automation adds the life, and it adds the flavor. So a lot of times in a song where it has a big lead up, like this intro, you know, I'll take a word, any word, and this is something I think is a strong point in, you know, a lot of the mixers that I like. It doesn't matter. You don't always have to think things through to the point of like, which word exactly? Pick any word. This might not work, but I just want to show you something as a point of like, oh, that's interesting. I just grabbed a spot. I didn't even look at it. I don't even know what it is. I'm going to hit it with reverse. Okay. I'm going to hit it with some kind of effect. And this was just any random spot. Okay. So first we'll hit it with the little plate. And a little plate's my go-to. I love the little plate. Love it. Outer space, because it's crazy. So now you get this, right? Now, once we got this, obviously, at some point, I'll probably reverse it again, but we could add tremolo or like you name it. We could add it. It doesn't really matter, but just for the sake of keeping it moving, I'm going to add this. Let's also add one other thing. Let's add a filter freak, because I talked about it before. Filter freak. She's filter freaky. Now, I didn't even preview anything, so don't be like, I haven't heard it. Yeah, I haven't heard it either. Bounce, sweep down. Let's listen to it now. I just rendered it with this. Now we're going to flip it the other way. Might not be totally 100% necessary to do that, but I'm just creating a little bit of a scene here, all right? Just to start the track. Kind of sounds like Godzilla creeping through town. I don't know if I love it, but as a concept, you hear what I'm getting at here. It's just like anything goes. Literally anything goes. And the crazier you could be with Audio Suite, in my opinion, like the more fearless and just do whatever, you'll be surprised how many times you'll come out with something great. Because that's the beautiful thing. When people came out with great effects historically, they were most of the time just trying stuff. So try stuff. Like, what's the harm? Like there's no harm in that. What I'm noticing is this would be really cool if that sweep wasn't so quick. Like you see where it sweeps, you can kind of see it on the thing. So it'd be interesting if instead of sweeping there, if I took it and made the sweep much longer. So if you want to leave stuff open, just hold shift and then you can open multiple Audio Suite plugins at once. That's another thing that it's brilliant. You see it now, you got your crystallizer, and this Sound Toys is the best, right? They're the best. We all know. But crystallizer is great because of its unpredictability. There's so many weird things that happen when you hit the crystallizer. It's just very interesting stuff. So when I went to sweep last time, we did the clean resonant down sweep, but we set this at 1 bar. You can set it at whatever you want and make it super long. So in this case, I didn't count it, but let's just set it at 12 bar or 8 bar. I don't know. We'll go 8 bar with it. Let's see what that looks like. Now let's hit it with something like the crystallizer. Okay, now we got this. Now you may say, maybe reverse it, maybe, but it's already kind of reversed. So let's just fade it up and see what we got. I want it to cut, obviously, right as the thing comes in. So we're just going to back it up. I like this, like, whatever this is. you know we're going to do something with that. We got to. We just got to. So we're going to take this flav, shift, Apple, D? No, what is it? Shift, Option D. There we go. Duplicate. Boom. So what we're going to do is grab that ah. Now, I duplicated just because I wanted everything to be routed the same so that I didn't do a bunch of stuff that you guys can't hear again accidentally. Now, I come in here. I left the thing out of the mix bus like a second ago, so probably didn't get to where you guys could hear it. But now, we should be grooving. We were grooving, now we're grooving again. So I'm going to come in here and make this ah. We're going to do something with that ah. What? I don't know yet. Hit it with the groove sweep. But more importantly, we got to hit this with some kind of a reverb to make it super long. Like, I want that ah to take over everything. So little plate, because why not? Makes things easy. All you got to own is one plugin with this guy, and it's little plate. Deep cavern, though. We're going to use a different preset. We're going to hit it with this. Let's hear what this sounds. The difference between outer space and inner space is low end. It's so funny. Just give it plenty of space to live, and we're gonna hit it with that. I don't know exactly where I want this yet, but we shall find out in a second.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new.
I want it to fade out, and it doesn't. So we're gonna extend it a little and see if that does the trick for us. I really want this thing to fade out. I might have to slide this thing to the right more. Let's see.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are
I like that new. New. Something to that effect. Let's pull up. A slap ain't gonna cut it in this case. We really need something that's gonna take it to us. So we need the memory man or something like that.
new.
So I just processed that. That's kind of cool. But if you like ever don't like something, the best part about Audio Suite, Apple Z, Command Z, undo, and then like for example, if the feedback is coming in too strong and we want less of a repeat on it, just turn the feedback down and then re-render. Good to go. Let's hear it now. If it's still bugging, which it sounds a little bugging, we might take the feedback down even more. Let's hear it. Or maybe the mix will take down. Let's hear it. That feels better. It's not so abrasive when the new hits us in the face. Now we may also hit it with some sort of. Do we still have Filter Freak, or did it fly the way of the coop? It flew the coop. No, we got it here. Good, right here. Let's hear it.
New.
Kind of like that. Turns it into a bit of an instrument. Now we're going to come in here and do the maybe an up here, maybe not. Let's see here, put it on this, because the auto pans are moving separately, so one will be faster than the other. So just two different tracks with auto pan doing two different things is cool, or pan man on one instead of the other. Like there's multiple ways we could go about this. But this is the idea, is we dial in each part, different. I just undid to get back to Echo Boy. The saturation and everything, it wasn't dirty. Still don't know if I love it, but let's hear it. Not bad. Now, in a part of the song that's like this, where it's building, sometimes it is helpful to have those like reverby swells type things going on.
Or maybe it's just me.
And like find a word you like on anyone. It could be any vocalist. Like pick a vocalist, any vocalist.
That you see, Eugene.
Usually something without vibrato is better, and usually something without S's is better. I kind of like that. I like the breath. You've heard of taking out breaths? Well, now you've heard of something else. Putting in breaths. Let's just see something. Let's see what we can get out of this breath, if anything. A lot of breath here. You're going to take that. We're going to hit it with something crazy. kind of create a tremolo effect with this breath thing.
Fantasy, no.
I don't know if this is exactly what I hear in my head. Let me see if this is better. If it's not, I'll leave it. It's not far off where it is without this. I just kind of, I try to beat it up until I get it exactly what I'm hearing. All right, we're going to leave that for now because I'm kind of okay with it. There's also a... What's next? Okay, a little bit of pausing prior to the downbeat is something I like to do right before choruses. It might not work because the band it doesn't look like we anticipated doing that. So we're going to see if it works. Grab the guitar 1, guitar 2, grab the bass. Let's just let the drummer rock with the vocals here and see if that works. So I'm just grabbing anything that's not a drum because I don't want the drum fill to change or anything, but I think that maybe we might want to lose the rest of it. We'll see. We'll see if it works. We'll call it instru minus drums. And then, just so I can find it later if needed, I'm going to come... Like right here only is really all I want to... This is the only place I think it needs it, if anything. Let me just see something. The silence before the drop gives the drop more impact. That's the bottom line. This is not an always do, but it felt like it was going somewhere and it just didn't get there for me. So this is an option. No, I didn't even fade. Let's fade right before the drop. Let's just, and maybe even encapsulate something like more of this, but maybe not. Let's just see. Just gonna hit it with a little bit of a shloop. And since we already grouped it, we don't have to do it on each track. And on the downbeat, we really want to make sure we catch all of them. Shoot. Let's hear it. Hold on. I'm going to back this up a bit because even though it's not on the grid marker, like the band comes in here. So that's where we should come in. Yeah, it does look like the band comes in like that. That's probably, you could see it on this guitar. That's the transient on the bass starts right there, I believe. He went blah, so it makes it where it's not a super clean transient, but it works for me. Let me hear that. It actually works because you hear the kick and then the bass is right underneath. So this is a good example of you don't need the whole band to be hitting exactly on the same spot. It's okay to have the kick where it is and the bass sort of fill in under it, slightly delayed after it. Let's go back to our flavor savers. Time for some flavor savers. Let me pop over here real quick. What's up? Okay, here we go. Cool. Looks like we're all caught up. Yep. Anybody have any questions? Let me know. Just whenever anything comes to mind, holler at your boy. We got this. I'm just rocking through some of this stuff, getting the effects done at the moment. Now I'm adding each effect individually. A lot of times we don't need this whole big screen at the bottom. Let's close that up. It takes up too much screen real estate. I take maximum on the cuts because I really don't want it to take up a lot of space. That's the reasoning. And then if I go extra, I can fade it out on my own after. It doesn't really matter where it fades. That's not doing enough for us. So more feedback, potentially more wet. Let's see. Still not doing a whole lot for us. I really want this thing to extend. So we want more. This is not the ideal effect because it doesn't exist that much. It's like too quick a sound, this Telray. It's like a Fender thing. Yeah, some studio tape. Memory Man's my go-to also. And if you don't like the beginning one, like in other words, it's times a little clean, then it gets dirty, just take that part out. That's the beauty of doing with Audio Suite. You just have more flexibility. It's crazy. That you're my kind. Be careful when you set the milliseconds by hand. I often do that because it feels better to me than just locking it to the BPM. I don't always prefer that. You know, by hand dialed in delays where they're slightly off sometimes add more interest. Just, it's up to you if you make it feel good or not based on how you set the time.
That you're my kind. Told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
Let's put this in another one, and let's do something else with this. Let's hit anything else. Let's do flop. Let's hit anything. What's our spacey all day crystallizer?
Kind.
This may not be ideal, but I want to hit it with a couple things. One of them being that, another one being, for the sake of posterity, for the sake of always doing the same thing, let's hit it with some extreme stuff. Let's hit it with deep cavern and a lot of it. And then let's take it and flip it around on us. And then let's still do that.
You're my kind.
I want to literally take a piece of this and put it here and add a delay to it. And that's too big a piece. Let's take a little piece and make it have some sort of delay effect going on. Maybe even this. And now that we've taken this, I'm actually just going to grab this part and extend it to here. And we're going to hit it with, where's the something else? Let's hit it with, where's Echo Boy? Is it out here already? I'll just use that if it's out here. Filter Freak, Lil Plate. Give me some Echo Boy, something. Let's go. Junior this time. Now this seems crazy, but that's, to me, that's some of the fun of this. Is like, you got a nice section. What do you got going on in the background?
Box of flaws undone for you. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready. you're thinking twice.
It's just supposed to be a little ear candy there. Now, let's see what else we got going on.
Box of flaws undone for you. Box of flaws.
Those S's are coming in hot. We got to deal with those. Just gonna take this. I didn't notice it until now, so it might not be the biggest problem, but it's a problem I want to deal with. I'm gonna come in here, just select the top one, select the bottom one, shift, option, click, come in here. Which de-esser should we use? I'm a Weiss de-esser fan, but there's so many I could use. Fab filter, Oxford is a good one too. Let's do the Weiss. Now again, this preset I'm pretty sure is made to be used within a mix, but it's just, I like that there's two bands on this. A lot of de-essers, they don't have the two band control. So you can really kind of get, where do you want it? And a lot of times I'll lower this thing. See, the wider you make it, the more it encompasses. Like right now, it's encompassing all the way from like 3.3K. And when you look at the thing play, you notice that it peaks up in this zone. And that's pretty much where that S probably exists. So this could be a little much, but let's just... Not enough. But the problem is it's on all of them. So another good tip is, you got a lead vocal. You don't need to de-ess that one that hard. De-ess the others pretty hard. Like, go harder on the backgrounds, because if 3 vocals all at the same time are giving you an S, that's your problem right there. It's more likely not a problem if it was one vocal. So when I look at this, I think to myself, why do we need 3 vocals all singing the same thing? And I may go in here and actually like change that. It's fairly tight, so it's okay, but I just don't kind of see a reason for that. Let's see if I don't wind up hurting myself by taking too much S out of this, but let's hit it pretty hard with these two.
Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking. Box of flaws undone for you. A box of flaws. A box of flaws undone for you. A box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready. A box of flaws undone for. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready. Box of flaws undone for you. A box of flaws undone for you. While you're a box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready. In your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less. Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want me, I will.
screen's getting messy on us. Pretty crazy with the real estate. Let's check out the questions in the chat right now. This is why Audio Suite is the GOAT. Yes. Kessel's Hot Dogs. That is absolutely correct. I like your name too, man. Or, you know, that's just a great name. Kessel's Hot Dogs is making me hungry. And I'll tell you the truth. That's what's up. Dirkhead, where you at, Dirkhead? Did Dirkhead drop something in here? I don't see it. GDP, what am I missing? I see you wrote Dirkhead, he'll get back to you soon. I'm trying to figure out where you wrote, what Dirkhead wrote. Hang tight. I don't see it. What am I missing? Oh, I know. Hold on. Live chat. Here we go. Ever sidechain the drums to the guitar? Ever sidechain the drums to the guitar? In other words, duck the drums when the guitar plays? No. I definitely have never done that. I like crazy ideas, especially from you. You got some good ideas out there. I've never done that one. Sidechaining drums, you know, sidechaining bass to duck down when the kick hits. Everyone does that. Sidechaining, you know, your overheads to like duck down when the snare plays so that the snare's more in the close mic than in the overheads. Done that. You know, sidechaining background vocals to sort of duck down when you have, if it depends on the part, right? If you got, sometimes backgrounds are doing oohs and ahs, and it's nice to have those oohs and ahs, but if they compete with the lead, sidechain those down with the lead, and then when the lead isn't singing between the, like, they'll start to come up. There's plenty of reasons you could sidechain stuff, but I've never done it to the drums. I'm trying to figure out why that would make sense. Maybe if it was a super percussive part, like we're talking James Brown or something, where it's like, you know, really funky part of the guitar that was somehow like really locked in with something the snare was doing or something, and it was super percussive, you know, or a hi-hat part or something. Maybe I could see that being like a pretty cool, you know, thing to do, where, you know, you would hear, like, sometimes guitar gets buried when the drums are playing exactly what the guitar's playing if it's a very percussive part and it's like a one note, you know, funky guitar line. So I could see maybe doing that so you'd actually hear the guitar more. But yeah, it's a pretty cool idea. Feel free to throw any ideas and questions. Absolutely. Thanks for that, GDP. Absolutely. Anything. We're rocking and rolling over here. You say everyone ducks bass to kicks, but I know a couple of engineers who never do that, and one of them has worked on a bunch of huge records. Yeah, no, I'm not saying everyone. Misunderstood me over there. I didn't say everyone does it. I said, or maybe I did say everyone does it, but I'm not actually, you know, listen to the message, not the words. I don't do it. The last mix, I didn't do it. I'm not doing it in this mix, so I'm not saying that it's something you need to do. I'm just saying it's front page news. Everybody knows it exists. Everybody, like, you know, if you have a part where the bass and the drums are sort of fighting each other and you need one to win, very common thing to do because they both occupy low-end energy. But I don't do it because why do it unless you need to do it? If you need to do it, then do it. But like on this song, I'm hearing the bass line and it's got nothing really to do with the kick. Like, they both occupy sections that are fine. They're not stepping on each other, so I'm cool with it. Yeah, I don't do things for the sake of doing them. I only do it if it needs it. And like I said, less is more all day. Less is more all day. That's the focus. But yes, that's what's up. Let's keep it moving. You are forgiven, Benjamin Buttons. He wrote, sorry you're being pedantic. It's okay. You can be pedantic every once in a while. You got to do what you got to do. But yeah, no, it's not something I like always do. I don't always do that. Listen to the kick and the bass right now.
Box of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes
All right, we got to do something in this spot. I don't like when I hear the Watch him become a god. I don't like that. I don't like that part right there.
That you could get box of flaws undone for you.
Watch me become a god.
For you.
You know what song that is? I'm sure you guys do. I'm sure you've seen the short with Lane Staley doing that. I'm sure you've done that. On Dave Mustaine's part.
For you. For you. For you. For you.
All right, what am I doing? I'm losing focus here. Let's go. Let's go.
Box of flaws undone for you.
We gotta grab something that sounds sweet and beautiful, and it sounds like her voice.
Box of flaws, box of flaws. Box of flaws, box of flaws. For you, for you.
I like that you. I like that you. Even though there's a bit of vibrato on it, I kind of dig it. Let me see what we can do with it.
For you.
We're going to do this flavor up top for her over here. Now, a lot of times I'll create the flavor track next to the person I grabbed it from. But sometimes you don't need to. Like in this case, it'll probably be okay. So I'm going to leave it. Let's open up something else. Let's open up Galaxy. Let me first hit save. I have autosave on. By the way, I am a huge proponent of this. Make sure you're set on your autosave to like every minute. No more than every 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I mean, like every minute is how I roll. I want a lot of autosaves. I don't want to go back. I don't want to lose 3 minutes if I can help it. So 1 minute is the game.
For you. For you. While undone for you. While you. For you. While you're thinking.
That's a cool like. You hear that like crazy underwaterness going on?
While you're thinking.
Let's see what happens when I leave the front in it.
While you're thinking. For you. While you're thinking.
And we don't get the U as much as I want, but it's already copied, so I don't need to copy it again. I'm just gonna hit paste. And we're gonna just try to get more of this U. I'm not getting enough of that U. Shift Option D. We're going to just do it another way. We're coming in here. We're coming in hot. I'm coming in hot. We gotta go to our mainstay right now. We just need a memory man. That's really the problem as far as I'm concerned. Let's close these out. We may wind up opening them again, but let's just close some of these out. don't hate that either, but let's just put it on like vocals, a little quick one. Let's hit it with that. And then at least this will prevent the need to have to automate that plate part.
While you're thinking.
I just want like a nice little repeat. I just want like a nice little house with a picket fence and one repeat, maybe two. That's all I need. You know, little furry repeat. That's all I need. What's going on here? What's going on here? Echo Boy's open already? Where you at? Well, if Echo Boy's open, doesn't look like it. What is it, hiding? Where's it hiding? Where you at, Echo Boy? You can almost tell sometimes when craziness is going to happen. Oh, great. All right, now I got to take my hand off the shift button. Let's just open this and hopefully it closes some other stuff down. Because there's a whole suite of stuff going down right now. We got multiple Echo Boys. There we go. Even though they're like nowhere to be seen on screen. Command Option Control W hides all windows on top. Okay. Command Option Control W. What? So if I push it again, do they come back? Command Option Control W. Nope. Okay. Oh, maybe not. GDP Japan coming in clutch with the little bump, pop, flank. A little spike in there. Doing well. Let's see. Let's get it twice going. Let's get rid of the first one. It's going to be too clean. Nope. Every once in a while you hit a section where it's like, oh, okay, things ain't going the way we wanted. That's okay. We're getting there. You really got to like muscle this stuff around, you know? Let me hit it with another. Let's grab a twice from her. What's going on with this group? Let's get rid of that group. Twice. Let's grab it twice from her over here. Throw it over here. Go over there. Let's go. Twice. That's good. We just got to get rid of how loud it gets here by just getting rid of that part. Let's see what happens.
the way it makes me feel to be confused. Twice about the way.
Now, the thing I don't like about it is hearing I don't want that S in the twice to keep it going like that. So I don't love it. The word twice is a terrible word to do this with unless you really roll off all the top end. And then it won't sound like twice anymore. It'll sound like twife.
About the way. About the way. Twice. About the way.
I'm going to take it off this one. I'm going to see if it's me or her voice, which verse.
Twice. About the way.
It's definitely on her voice.
Twice. About the way it makes me feel to be twice. About the way it makes. Twice. About the way it makes me feel to be confused. And twice. About the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready, refused.
Alright, we're going to come in here. Dark analog box, one of my go-tos as well.
Fuse.
This triplet worked for her. Let's see if it works for us. Eighth note triplet.
Confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less. Oh,
The throws.
care less. Care less. Care less. Care less. Care less. Careless, or maybe it's just me that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed.
It's too quick. It just doesn't give me the vibe of the word at all. So I want a little of the word. Sometimes I don't care if it's just a sound effect or the word, but in this case, I want the word.
That you could care less, or maybe it's just me. Could care less, or maybe it's you could care less, or less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This care less, or maybe it's just me.
I think it's the triplet that's bugging me. So I'm just hitting undo a gabillion times, coming back over here. And this is I'm sorry, it's a dotted note. It's not a triplet. Maybe a triplet would be better. I think that's what we need, just a standard chord.
Careless, or maybe it's just me.
I dig that. We could deal with that. Now you get a little bit of play on each side of the thing, like when it processes. If there's more tails, they'll be hidden. So just drag out the file. You won't have an endless amount of drag, but you can make it really longer than it is, sometimes in both directions, but depends how it processed. Depends if you've reversed it, I guess, but it's usually at the end, wherever the tail is. Like if there's nothing in the beginning, you can't get more of it by backing it up. But in this case, we had more than I had selected. But always select extra room so that it goes deeper than you want, and then control how it fades out. Don't just rely on getting the feedback right to be the perfect volume. Like just fade it yourself.
You could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed.
Obsessed. But there's an S in there. But there wasn't care less too, and it worked.
You could care less. Be obsessed. Be obsessed. Be obsessed. Be obsessed. Be obsessed. Obsessed. Obsessed.
Coming in here, pasting it on this one. We're in grid mode, so it's putting it exactly where it should be, but then I process it and then I slide it. Let's just leave the beauty also is if you leave up the settings, like don't keep opening and closing it, you could use the same thing you just did if it worked and you want the same, or change it. Like you don't have to always change it.
Might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want,
Now maybe we need a little. Maybe we need a little of this here, and we'll hold shift so we can open a couple things. We will hit reverse. We will hit it with, this may not sound good. We shall see in a second. I always preface it with it may not sound good. Come in here, extreme. Now pick a preset, any of 5 presets. I love that there's not many choices. It's also one of my favorite things about this plugin. Okay, now we just flip it back again. All right, now we've created a dramatic build, like an orchestra, and we will see if we need this or not. Doesn't particularly help so far, I don't think. What is that like extra? Why does it sound like it's doubled all of a sudden? Let me see. It's because it's doubled all of a sudden. Perfect. That's why. Makes sense. I don't like how that where's that boost of volume coming from? Like, why is that there? I don't like that. We're gonna have to go in here and adjust. Take it off grid. It's probably not both of the vocals. I didn't hear it as much on this one, I think. Let's see. It's so weird. It's like, what is doing that? You can kind of see it in the waveform, I think. It might be this one. So weird. I don't hear it in solo. But in the track, it sounds like one's getting 3 dB louder in the middle of the phrase. Very weird. Let me see. Maybe 5 dB louder in the middle of the phrase. I don't hear it on that one. Here it is. It's actually later than I thought. That's probably the problem. Let's see. Super gradual downward. It may be how the compressor's maybe how the compressor's working too. It's kind of working now just with this volume nonsense I'm doing. Let's hear it in the track.
more than a dream, this can't be fantasy.
It sounds more normal now, at least. Let's see if I can get away with raising that. So funny to me. I'm not used to that weirdness, but I hear it. It's weird. I have another alternative too. Let's just feature one vocal on this part. Well, you don't say. I want a little love on this word ready, but we're going to do it on the reverb for this time. Let's get it on that little plate here. Little love on the little plate reverb. Nice and gentle like. Let's do it a little on the Galaxy tape as well. Let's see what happens if we do that. Ready in your blue, ready in your blue Doesn't do nothing for me. That galaxy ain't doing nothing to help the situation over here. Win some, lose some.
Your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems Eddie in your blue jeans.
I want that word jeans to come at us like. Let's get her jeans. Where we got jeans? Let's go, jeans. Billie Jeans is not my lover. We need some Billie Jeans. Claims that I'm the one. Didn't get there. Need a little water. Haven't had a sip of water in 12 hours. Fantastic. However long it's been. Time to sip the water. Little ASMR right there. Some gurgling. Let's do it. What do we got? Jeans. Flipped it backwards. I think. Did I do that? Let's see. Yes, I did. It says on the file what you did last, which is helpful more often than you think. So like right now it says little plate because we just did little plate. Let me just see something. Hold on a second over here. This may be a terrible idea. Let's just see something. Just go with it, man. Blue.
Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No.
Let's see what this little sound is. I forget which album it was. Maybe you guys know. Somebody did this thing where they basically turned up all the first thing they did on the record. It might have been a Steve Albini thing. Like some band was like, let's just turn up all the crazy noises. Any feedback right before a guitar part or any weird pick noise or any weird farts they saw, like just turn everything up. Crank all the weird stuff that's not the music. Then let's listen to it. It's like such a good idea. Nothing. That's just a little nothingness. That's a beehive. We don't need that. We don't want that beehive. I'm just going to take the tail and I want to extend this tail a little and just throw it in a random place. Let's hit it with some crazy ambience, some ambience, all of it. We want ambience and ambience. Depending on how long you've been awake, we need all of it. Here we go. Hitting it. What do we got now? Let's see. Maybe nothing. Maybe something. We need that to be back here and louder. And a fade in, most likely. Let's see. It's all about just where it comes in. Like, that's why timing is it's the most important thing there is in music. You could do anything if you put it at the right time. That's the bottom line. Doesn't matter what note you play. Doesn't matter what you sing. As long as it's at the right time, it'll work. Doesn't matter what kind of ear candy you inject into this thing. Such a good drum fill. How come we don't have more of it? I want my world to shake when whatever that is. What is that? We got to automate these up. Typically, I would do this at the end, but when I get to the end, I don't want to have to do this. I want to just work on other things, so I don't want to have to catch this drum fill. So I'm just going to do it now because I hear it now. So I'm going to do it now. We don't need after this drum starts. It helps to be like someone who remotely knows what drums do, just to be able to do stuff like this right. Like, he's not playing the tom, the rack, and the floor together, so you only need to ride the rack when the rack's happening. If you raise the rest, you're just kind of getting a bleed, and then you're also going to get the cymbal crash. So where's the cymbal crash? That we don't necessarily want that on this mic. It's going to be loud enough without that, so let's take it down. See what I'm saying? That makes your rides sound more natural, because we just want the drum. We don't want the whole shabam. And we want some snare. Where's our snare at? Snare up. Snare, I don't know. Let's give it 4 dB. See if that's enough. No, this is mostly just by feel. Feels nice and natural. By the way, not a sample in sight. That's why you might consider going to a studio to record drums rather than doing it at home or in a room that doesn't sound as good as this room sounds. And this is just a nice sounding room with, the right mics in the right position. And that's why the drums sound pretty good with no triggers. I got the trigger tracks, but they're muted because I'm getting all I need out of them. Just what was recorded. So we don't need to add any samples. Looks like I jumped the gun on where I put the ride. It's just a little early. And this is, I don't like to do the same thing in the song twice, but I gotta hear how it sounds. I got to. I gotta. So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna do some muting right before the drop. This can't be fantasy, no. It's sounding pretty good, but, I want to get rid of some. Probably too early. It's kind of the same kind of thing I did before. Let's just see how it shakes out for us. Let's see how it works out for him, Cotton. All right, let's see. Let's go. Let's get there. Let's just do this first. Positioning is all out of whack. Let's get the positioning down. Where's our transient? See if this works. So I mute, and I worry about the fade after I get it in the right spot. Definitely brings our world down a bit more, which I like. I want the world to start shaking on us. Now I'm just going to take out what I did so you can hear the difference. This is with it, obviously, with it. This is without it. There's nothing wrong with it. If this was done to tape and the band didn't play it with that stop there, it wouldn't, come out, obviously. You would just kind of leave it and hope, that it would be powerful enough, I guess is the right terminology here I'm looking for. But because we have the ability to cut it, we might want to. Feels kind of natural to me. I'm going with my gut on that, and I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. It just kind of sounds natural almost for some reason. I don't know why, but maybe it's just because the room mic sounds so good on the drums, but it kind of comes out in a very natural place wherever I grabbed it, the down and up here. It's a smidgen after. It's almost like it allows the band to go plop, to hit the note, and then it comes out, as opposed to like where they, if I did it right on the grid line, it wouldn't be right. So I did this in slip mode. Also, keep in mind, the vocals hanging over it is what makes the difference. That's why when I group this, it's instruments, only instruments, guitars, bass, whatever. And sometimes you might want to leave like something playing, like the guitar hanging over it or something. But in this case, it's better to take it all out, I think. If the guitarist is bending a note for like a whole phrase, you may want to leave that part in or something. But this kind of works the way it is. I'm going to check on the chat real quick. Talk to me real quick. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Other way, duck the guitars. Oh, ducking the guitars when the snare or something is played. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Dirkhead, definitely. To sidechain the guitars, basically, to duck when the snare is playing or something. I just actually find that when the snare cuts, it cuts, and the guitars usually don't have enough oomph or whatever to get rid of that transient. Like that's where the part comes into play. If it's percussive, maybe, but generally the snare wins that battle. So that's why I don't feel the need to do that often. But I'm sure it could work in some cases. I wouldn't doubt it. It probably does add a lot of punch to the mix if you want the snare to be, super kind of on its own. Sounding great out of my phone. Thanks, Benjamin. I appreciate that. If you're watching, feel free to chime in. A bit light in the low end all around, says Sentient. That makes more sense. Or Scientione T, depending on, your thing. But maybe it's a little light in the low end. At this point, I'm still kind of dialing in effect things, and once we get to automation, that's when it's going to separate the men from the boys. Also, there's only a compressor on the mix bus at the moment. I do leave a little room to boost a little bit of low end at the end. So if I put on any saturation plugins, like as soon as I put on an ATR 102 or a Studer A800, I might not do any of these, but if I put on something like that, all of a sudden now you have too much low end unless you leave some room for it. So there's a method to the madness here. But if I put a curve bender on like I typically do, or a pull tech or something, you'll get all the low end you love. All the low end you need or love both as soon as you do that. So dialing it in now, I find leaves a little less room for that, a little bit of sweetening at the end. But like I said, I'm sort of focused on other things at the moment. And from where I sit, the bass is plenty loud at the moment, but maybe the kick could maybe use a little something. But like I said, there's so much we gotta get to automation, guys. That's the point. Once we get there, we'll be golden, because that's where a lot of this gets sorted out. This is the static mix part. Like I'm not really As soon as I start giving life here and there, boom, we get more low end when needed and not when not needed.
Once I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
Another great fill. We cannot just brush over that fill. We got to do something about it. About 4 dB worked last time. Maybe I'll get a little closer to it. Little closer to it. Looks like the floor tom starts here, so I'm basing where I raise the volume on that specifically. I go to where this starts because I know once the drummer transitions to this, he's not still hitting the floor tom based on what I'm hearing at the moment anyway. And then wherever the crash is, it's probably right here. I make sure I don't get that because that would be a negative too. You don't want to boost that on the rack, or in this case, the floor mic. For about 4 dB on both. Let's hear the difference. That sounds pretty good. It sounds like there's a little gap here. I probably don't need all that love right there. Let's see.
That you're my kind.
Let's get this snare happening. Not as much on the snare. Let's go like 3 dB.
That you're my kind.
I like how that the fill sounds loud enough here, like this awesome. That sounds sweet right there. Some of these hits I really do want to stand out, and I could do this later on VCA automation, but I'm going to do it now while I'm hearing. Just not even much. Just give me like 1/6. Let's see how that goes. And then give me like 1/6 here. And then give me like 1/6 here. Now this is a personal choice thing, but I just want that snare to sound like mighty, mighty snare. And you know what I'm talking about. Let's hear it. Now, there's all sorts of stuff we could be doing here, too. Like, we could automate some reverb on just that, whatever, to make it long or something. But I'm a fan of the naturalness of these drums. They sound so good. I don't want to now artificial it up with some reverb that wasn't in the room. It sounds pretty freaking good. So I think I'm going to leave it out, like leave off any ideas like that. Less is more. We don't need all this extra tail, though. Let's just get rid of some of that. All right. Now let's get a handle on it.
feel to be confused. And you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans. Ready, ready, ready in your blue.
That's that little plate automation.
Ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be.
Let me check the chat real quick. All right. Ringo, what's poppin', man? How you doing? Ringo 1700. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you being here. Ringo's asking, I don't know if he wants me to read it out loud, but life so. Listen, man, we could always be doing a little bit better, right? Don't even think about what you did yesterday. And don't think about what you're going to do tomorrow. The best way to improve your mental health right now is to just focus on today. It's little steps. One thing better today than you did yesterday. But what are you going to do today? Make a plan. Write it down. Something that you can accomplish. The more you can accomplish, the better you feel. It doesn't have to be anything that's necessarily going to give you any result. You don't need to make money from it. You don't need to change anyone's life but your own. What do you want to do for you that's going to make your day feel good because you accomplished something? It could be as little as clean your room, and it could be as much as do something nice for other people. The other thing that I think you got to focus on if you're trying to improve mental health in some way is just how many nice things did you do for other people today? And if the answer is none, well, pick one. Do something, like figure something out that you could do for someone else that's got nothing to do with improving your own life, but will help their life or improve what they're doing in some way. That's the answer. Someone directly close to you that you can do something with, like in person, physically. Ideally, not like something over the internet, because that way you'll get feedback emotionally. You'll see the look in their eyes when they say thank you, or maybe, this could be anything. My head goes to like, old people need help with stuff. You got any old people around you could help with something that they'd be very grateful that you lifted because you're physically capable or able, or whatever the story is, whatever it is. That's just one example, but do anything for other people is the best way to improve your mental health. Also, like I said, make a list of something you want to do today. Could be a short list, but just what can you accomplish today? That's the best information I can give you. It's, yeah. But we could always be doing better, all of us. Like, don't second guess all your decisions either. Like, just whatever you decide to do, that's what you got to do, and that's what you got to accomplish. Don't like start something and then not finish it, because that act of starting a million things and never finishing any of them, that weighs on you too, because now you've got this list of stuff that is just, it doesn't matter as much unless you finish it. That's the most important thing. That's why when I do these things, I really want to, like, the goal is to get through them and then done to a point where I'm happy, because everyone's never going to be happy. That's the other thing. Don't make what you do dependent on anything about what other people think about it, whether they like it. That's the worst position to be in. You have to almost be willing to listen to everything people say, but your opinion is the one that's got to stand the firmest. It's got to, because that's the only way you can actually ever get done with anything. If you need to wait for everyone to weigh in, you're never actually going to be done. The best thing people can do who do work for other people is, as soon as you're done with the project, move on to the next project. Let the comments come back later with whatever, people think needs to change, or they want 6 revisions or like 3 tweaks in the mix or whatever they want. Let that happen, but try to put like a lot of work in between you getting that request for whatever revisions, tweaks, anything, and what you've just done. You can't just wait on it. That's like a huge thing. Famous movie director and writer of scripts, very prolific, used to always do that. He would start something else the minute he finished whatever he just finished, so that by the time the critics got back to him and was talking about whatever, he was already 3 movies deeper. He wasn't thinking about, like, I hope it works out and I wonder what they think and, like, I should take a vacation now that I just finished something. He had to start his next project so that mentally he could get out of caring what anybody thought about it. It's the best way to roll. So, I don't know if these are your issues, what you're going with, what your troubles are, whatever you're dealing with, but I hope that helps somebody out there, because I got to tell you, it's the best advice ever for anyone in a creative field. There is no right, there is no wrong. Everybody's going to have a problem with something. That's just the way it is. You can't make everybody happy. Don't even try. You got me? Hope that helped, Ringo. Yeah, Alex just added, you can take constructive criticism from those who know what they're talking about and use them as adjustments. Eventually, there is no criticism. Yeah, well, that's the point. The point is, if you're secure in what you're thinking or doing, which so many people who do creative work aren't, you could hear and listen to things from everybody, and you decide what makes sense or what doesn't. And it doesn't have to take a long time. You could take it in and be like, I heard that, I don't agree, move on. Like, you don't have to give it a ton of time where it weighs on you and then you really consider yes or no or whatever. But if you never listen to anybody about anything, you're just operating in your own bubble. Some people do well with that and some don't. It's, in my opinion, you learn the most when you're willing to take stuff in, but you still use your own filter to be like, nah, I don't agree, move on. That's what I'm saying. So, there's a sweet spot. And depending on how confident you are, it's not even confidence. It's like, it's something else entirely. Some people have a better shield up than others to protect themselves against, negative blows to their self-esteem and their ego and all that. Some people just have more of a sense of, like, I don't know. It's really armor is what it is. They have more of an armor suit than other people. So I think you have to kind of build that over time. Like, nobody just has that out the gate. And there's also plenty of people who just don't entertain ideas of what other people are thinking either. Like, they're just like, I appreciate you sharing. And they know that everyone has their own opinions, so they don't get caught up in it. There isn't a right or wrong here. Dirkhead, this guy. You know what I'm saying? The Reaper poster boy, Dirkhead, man. That dude's got a truck with a wrap around it that says Reaper on it, the DAW. Man, since he was born, he was the Reaper for Halloween, that guy. He loves Bill and Ted, not because of Bill and Ted, but because of the Reaper character in it. You know what I'm saying? The man. All right, let's keep it moving. What do we got?
In your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems
So funny when you take a little snapshot break like that, and then you get back in it. Your head hears totally differently. So I'm glad that we just had that little pause for humanity. We needed that. I hope it was helpful for somebody, but it helped me too to kind of reset a bit. And I am getting to the point where I'm feeling like these effects are near dialed. I'd say 75-80%. Let me just see where I'm at right now with the effects part of this, and then I can move on to the automation.
And if you want me, I will be right there when you say, and when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Be right there when you say.
Maybe we'll use this other vocalist right now for this part. We'll use him. Kind of mix it around a little bit on the delay throws. Let's see how that works out for us. throw this over here somewhere. Somewhere like that's probably mooching. Let's see. Kind of like it there, but I want to move it like back on the bar line just a little bit. Let's hear if this for a while, if we can swim with that. Put it down here. Slightly different auto pan settings on this, so it moves it a little different is really the whole deal with that. Let's see how this works out. Let's see if we can get away with doing a little bit of a throw on the verb in an audio suite version of that. Let's just see something. Just do this on the little plate. Give it a little bit of love like that. I'm actually going to put that there, and then I'm going to flip one around. I don't think I have the reverse still open. Let's flip one around so it kind of disappears and comes back at us. Where you at, reverse? Here we go. Now, drag it back into position. I may even hit it with some distortion and maybe even some tremolo of some kind, just to kind of add something to this. A little something, something. Look at this craziness. Now again, this is mostly feel. Mostly just feel, man. Just what is it gonna be? Let's see.
That you're my kind. My kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
Let me just. This would work even better if it was on the word that it was starting on. I mean, that's really the intended look. Let's hear it. It should be this. It should be this beginning. So I'm just gonna grab the beginning. We want the if. That's what we want. We want the if. We're reversing the if. We hit it with the reverb. What we want is a if. We want that. So we're going to hit it with something. Deep cavern is fine. We'll crank. And we'll hold back a little bit. Render it the other way. Feed it into position. Now where's that start? Back there. Drag it. Let's just drag the whole thing. Where's our start? Let's see. That's our start. Now I'm looking at the arrow on top. Just want to get close.
If I told you once, 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 I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you
feeling like we don't need that ending. Is what I'm feeling. We could do with the rest, but not the end.
If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you, if I
It was better with the ending.
told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
Sometimes I do this too. If I don't like the pitch, so this is more for other people, you're messing around, you don't like the pitch. What do? Vocal bender is I'm a huge fan of vocal bender because it's just so easy to sort of so like in our case here, it's a little quiet, like because it's low. The pitch is lower, so it's not terrible. It matches the word and everything. But if we wanted it to stand out a lot more, you could easily just manipulate your. You could manipulate a lot of stuff with it. As opposed to this. That if I told it, like, because it's the once it gets to there, if that was the note that went, it would actually be better than the note building up to it, which is just based on what I'm hearing now. It's like it's getting to the right note, but what we actually extended is the part getting there and not the note that's there once the note is hit. It doesn't sound bad, and I redid it. Let's hear with the vocal bender on it. Let's just hit it. Let's hit it with all it's got. I like to do that sometimes. I don't hate it. It's okay. It's okay. I just want to see something. If I took this note instead, this is basically what I'm talking about, and I put that here, and I get rid of this because we don't need that. That was I just duplicated the track, so I have that one anyway above it. And I'm just gonna take this. I'm gonna come in here, reverse it. It's so quick to do. So like a piece of cake. Take that, boom, reverse it again, bring it back into position. Let's see which one we prefer. Maybe both. It's interesting. Let's take out that one. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. I'm gonna stick with that. Now, I just wanted to wherever it crescendos, the maximum amount of like excitement, just cut it there. Like you don't need the fade tail part of it to go like you don't need the less excitement part after it. I usually just try to spin it up right to wherever the word is, and then I'm happy with it. Let's move on to the next section. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. If I told If I Want some love on the times. Hit the times with some extra stuff. That Wurlitzer thing is interesting.
Times.
Once the delay's on it, it's going to do something cool. We'll see. Just stick with posterity. Same stuff. Let's go. It's probably the wrong word for this, but...
Times.
It's not enough. It's not strong enough on the back end of that. Still, it's like the wrong kind of tape. I'm not feeling it. Let's go with something else. So funny how sometimes these things come easy and then sometimes you fight with them. And that's usually when you know. I just want the time. I don't even want the end of it. I just want the time. Give me the time. Let me also see something. Maybe it's a function of too many controls getting at us. Just take the front off. Who needs the first repeat? Let's get her voice on the last word. Let's get her voice on the last word. Where we got? Here we go. Here we go. We're moving and we're grooving.
You're my kind. You're my kind.
Let's do this the right way so that I know I'm happy with it and I don't have to mess with it like crazy. We're going to hit this with some filtered sound. The telephone sounds and stuff are mad cool on here too. I happen to like filter 1, filter 2, filter 3. They're all good. But it's just a lot of stuff in one compressor. Want more repeats. Maybe even quarters, not eighths. Let's go quarters. Or maybe quarter one side, eighth the other. Let's just stick with quarters for the moment. Taking her out. Making my way downtown. I just felt like it needed a little ambiance. Let's also hit it with something else. Let's get rid of auto pan on this track, maybe. We'll just put on something else. Pan man, anything. All right. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Now let's focus on the important stuff. It's all important, but focusing on important stuff. Let's move to automation. So everything's got to get into a VCA. That's the first step. VCA Central. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Alex Christoph he likes the creativity with the effects. Honestly, that to me is like what separates a lot of the stuff, because there's every record I love, after a certain era had tons of effects in it. The earliest stuff didn't, right? The cleanest stuff with the fewest amount of tracks. But once you get into like the Beatles, they're spending so much time building scenery with weird effects and like looping things, so that they cause an effects loop and create weird, crazy. How do you, from that era on, Pink Floyd, Dogs is such an amazing sounding album. And there's so many weird sound effects things happening that if you don't put those in my mind, it like loses a little bit of something. It can work without it, absolutely 100%. Really depends on the music. It's just, in this case, it's a slower song. There's a lot of space for ambiance, so I'm putting it there. But this is just like one way to do it. But I think what people should take from this is the fearlessness. Just grab a spot anywhere in the song that has something you like, any part of it. Even grab it randomly. So it's not something you like. You don't even know what it is. Just grab it. It could be on any instrument. And then just use that to create an effect. Create a delay out of it. Then slide it till it works. If it's in the right position, it will work timing-wise. That's really what I'm doing. And I only do it where I feel like the part needs it. I don't like try to go into everything being like this. I just hear in my head there's this whole ending and nothing like, there's a lot of space with nothing doing nothing. I don't know. The guitars, everything sounds great. It's just, what else can we do, if it needs it? And it's arguable if it does. Sometimes it does.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me.
I want one.
That you could care less, or...
See, like when I hear all these vocals, I hear her voice doing the careless, and it sounds so good. I just like the way it sounds, so I want that to happen. And you don't even sometimes need to, if you have one of these tracks, like argument's sake, this one, and you put a distortion thing on it just out the gate, you won't have to go into Audio Suite and hit it with Decapitator or a telephone effect. Like, it's just always going to be distorted. And I don't hate that as a concept either. You can come in here and go decap or something and create, one of your flavor channels that's always going to have distortion on it, and filter it as much as you want. Let's really filter the thing. And then, like, no matter what we do, we'll always have this kind of sound that's the starting point, so that if we then decide to come in here and paste something and then hit it with just a delay or whatever, we're good. You could put the delay right on the track, but what I'm saying is it's just so much easier when you can build them individually. You get more flavor, you more choices. Because like right now I'm on Crystallizer. I come in and I go dull 23 echoes, another one. And that doesn't sound like anything we've done yet. And that's what I mean. Like, it'll just be cool. Or not. Because right there, it wasn't. But that's the point. You kind of got to be willing to experiment. You got to, like, give yourself the time to experiment. But like I said, it's all about the positioning, too. So one place it might not work, one place it will. This one happens to not work pretty much anywhere. But that's just... it's a function of sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut. 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 Sometimes you feel like a Let's get the care in there instead of just the less. Where's the care at?
Careless, or maybe it's just careless, or maybe it's just careless, or maybe it's just careless.
And always clip gain to deal with it. Don't deal with it over here. You want this to kind of be set where each part works. You can't be changing this and automating every part of the volume. Like, just pull down the clip. So much easier.
You could care less, or
And when it's too loud on that beginning part, just get rid of it. Like, you don't need the whole beginning part then.
could care less, or maybe it's could care.
Or if you want the word care in there, then you just slide it. You don't need it to be on top of itself.
Could care less, or maybe it's just.
You know, do it again. And if you want it to be perfect, you can use the grid thing and put it exactly on. But I'm a fan of just go by eye. Like, I made the grid so tiny that I have a lot of play in every direction because I set it to 30-second notes. So I have the ability to really get a little ahead or a little behind the beat and make the delay work for me.
You could care less, or maybe it's care less,
Still coming in a little hot.
care less, or maybe it's
So funny.
care less, or maybe it's just me. Could care less, or maybe it's just me.
And I don't hate this, but it's like a little too abrasive. So I might take it and, you know, what does it need? Reverb, obviously, to soften it because it's super, you know, and I don't know if you noticed, we've used one reverb this entire time. We could use another one, but I'm saying that's kind of my thing. Is just little plate is so good for this because it doesn't even have that many controls. Whereas this, it's like, well, how many controls do you want? All of them. Perfect. You know, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it ain't. You know, so
Care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed with care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. Care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. That you could care less, or maybe it's just.
So I kind of liked what that did, but it wasn't the original idea. So I just abandoned the original idea. I added what I thought I liked. And now I'm just going to take this off. I'm going to put on something to kind of give me the care less if that's what I want. And then, you know, move from there. But more often than not, you come up with cool stuff by messing it up. And then you hear something you like because you messed it up. Like, it doesn't all... I would almost say it shouldn't be all intentional when you're doing effects. Some of it should, and a lot of it should not be. And I could tell by the way it looks, like I want more repeats, man. And then we just do our own get rid of it.
That you could care less, or maybe it's just me. You could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be.
Man.
That you could care less, or maybe it's just me.
Yeah, it's so funny. I think I've hit that point where, like, we have enough. We don't need more. Because none of these are like doing what I want. Like none of the results of these, or I shouldn't say that, are the batting average of how often I pulled up ones that work after like the last 5 or 10 minutes has been like freaking low. I'm batting freaking 75 over here. Whereas we were going for a while, we had a nice hot run of like everything was working, and then all of a sudden batting average went down pretty substantially.
that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be upset, could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. Care less, care less.
And sometimes I just get like, you will not pass. And then I just
Care less, care less, care less, care less, care less, care less, care less. That you could care less, or maybe it's just me. That you could care less, or maybe.
no, sounds awful. Like this thing doesn't. I don't like this. I don't like that.
Care less, or maybe it's just me. Care less, or maybe it's just me. That you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a.
It obviously doesn't need that word doing a stupid repeat. Obviously, it doesn't need it.
Jeez, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me.
And sometimes when it fights you, really fights you, man, just grab the word and put it where you want. Be like, oh, okay, you want to be tough? You want to be tough? Okay. Well, say hello.
Care less, care.
You know what I'm saying? Like we should just take it and just move it where we want. Like maybe just some of those. You know what I'm saying?
Care less, or maybe
You know what I'm saying? We'll create our own.
care less,
Like,
could care less, or maybe it's just me.
and the funny thing about doing something like this, it may seem stupid at first, but you can do even cooler stuff. Like we're on 30-second notes, so this might sound like garbo, but you could like break it up where you create your own tremolo with it too. So it's like, oh, okay, now he's on to something. We'll see.
You could care less, or maybe
It actually doesn't do it for me either. The batting average just keeps plummeting. Ugh, batting average. Let's see.
care less, 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 care less,
There we go. Now we got the cats working for us. Let's see.
could care less, or maybe it's just me. I could care less, or maybe it's just me. Could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be upset. Could care less, or maybe it's just me.
Nope. That's really how you know you've hit it. Like when it doesn't work, stop forcing it, man. Let's just do something else. Let's just grab this word and just reverb tail the bejews off it. Just the bejesus. Just like what bejoo. That's what we're gonna do now. Just nail it. I'm about to hit that chat in a second too. So anybody have any questions or just wanna, make up a bunch of words and throw them in there? I appreciate everything, Let's see. Here we go. Let's do this.
Or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than.
Let's also, I'm moving it around because the pans are slightly different. Like this one is, what is it, 49 on the rate? What's this one? Oh, what do you know? 49 on the rate. That doesn't work for me. We got to change them around a little bit. 70. What do we got here? 49, 70. Nice.
Obsessed. This.
And let's hit it with something else. Let's hit it with something else. Dark Analog Box is a goat.
Obsessed.
All these words, if you notice, they all have a crazy amount of S's on them. Like, careless, obsessed. There's so many S's on these words.
This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right. Be obsessed. This must be more than a dream.
I don't know if it needs this obsessed.
Be obsessed. This must be more than a dream.
Let's just move it.
Be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This must be more than.
Don't worry, we're getting out of this thing. We're getting out of it. We got one more major step to do before we're done with this, which is automation.
Obsessed. 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 Be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be.
Just gonna, undo is your friend. We're gonna crank it because we're not getting enough out of it, and I could always lower it later. So I could turn it down here, but I really want to hear this because the part is loud.
Like be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't.
It has a natural tendency to like blah blah blah. So as long as you get that set right, and that involves sliding it around until it's right, you're good. You don't need to start with it in the right place. Just move it till it's good.
Obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. Obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. Obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay. Be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be. And if you want me, I will be right there.
All right, jump into the chat. Then we're gonna do the thing over here. We're gonna do the automation thing. Braxol. Oh, you gotta go to work. Understood. Don't worry. It's gonna be up. I put all these things up as soon as I'm done. So have no fear. The stream will be here. No problems. Very cool use of effects. I appreciate that, man. I'm a death metal guy. This is Alex Christoph over here. Wrote, I'm a death metal guy, but the Cure and U2 guitar sections always inspired me to use flanger, tremolo, delay, etc. Don't leave stuff dry if there's a lot of space available. That's the thing. The more space, the more room for stuff like weird swelling reverbs and delays and stuff. The faster the BPM and the tighter, like the more saturated the song in terms of instrumentation, the less room there is for stuff. You can still put it in there, but it has to sort of exist over top of so much more that it can get like overdone or overwhelming very easily. Whereas when you got space, it's kind of nice to put something in there that just makes the ear go, what is that? Oh, that's cool. It makes it where the third time you hear the song, you don't hear the same things you heard the first time. That's what I dig. Like the more you hear it, the more weird stuff appears, especially on vocals. There's all sorts of cool stuff you can do. And in this genre that we're working on, this kind of thing definitely flies. In other genres, other things fly. Stutters used to be such a huge thing, like in the world of music. I love doing stutters, and I love doing them because they, like, they elicit nostalgia because people remember what that was like. And you could do a lot of cool things with stutters. I like turning stutters into like drum beats almost, because if you put it before a phrase, you could do pretty much anything with the stutters. It's pretty cool. And that works surprisingly well on metal. It works like it works all over the place, but for some reason, like when you got like a screaming type vocal and you like cut it up, create some stutters with it, it can be really cool. Just figured out my finishing ritual in vocal automation. Great to see the Grace do this. Yep, that's what's up. See, I appreciate that. Jason D'Souza 5086. I appreciate that. Basically, what we got going on here is, I wish I could tell you that like I definitely started doing this and then later saw, a lot of people do it, because I was just like, well, why don't I just make each one different with Audio Suite? And then I noticed Tom Elmhurst does this exact thing pretty much, except he'll a lot of times do like he'll have a chorus and, one for just with a chorus sound on it. Like the way I have an auto pan on everything. And then I told you you could make one distorted like Decapitator. He kind of does that, but has like Decapitator on one, reverb on one, delay into a reverb on another, into a delay. Like you could stack however you want with effects on the tracks and do this. The reason I don't usually is because it makes it more unpredictable. So, which is fine if you're going for like, I'm just going to grab a section, make it sound cool, and then whatever happens, happens. So you're putting effects on here that will have some sort of effect on what this sounds like, which is cool. It's just, for me, if I just dial it in Audio Suite and make my desktop really messy by holding shift and putting all those plugins I use all the time all around, it becomes easier to predict what the result's going to be, as opposed to like, okay, I added this, quarter note delay, but the reverb on the track is messing with it in some weird way, and the already existing delay on there works for one word and not another, so I have to move it around. In my opinion, if you just do them all one at a time and create new tracks as you need, and just make sure you have panning, like pan them around so that they don't stay static. That's the key with effects. It's never as good if it's like always stereo or even always on the left. Like you want them to move, and you want them to move independently of each other. So when a weird vocal comes in saying like a repeat of a word or an ad lib, any genre, you want that thing to move. That's the answer as far as making it cool. And it could be a sound effect. It could be that like spaceship noise I love to do, any of it. Just make it move, and then it will feel more alive. It's the key. So yeah, you're doing it right. Anybody doing this kind of thing. And there's a million ways to do it. So if you do it some other way, that could be right too. A lot of people mess with automation on, off, and stuff way too hard compared to how easy it is to do this, in my opinion. This way feels the most creative to me. It's more like I'm just painting compared to like got to remember anything or got to turn stuff on and off. I hate going through menus, like going in here and going to the whatever and I hate doing that. So.
Nothing's new. For you are too quickly to appear. And you're tired.
All right, how are we going to do automation? I'm going to show you. Kick. We don't have a trigger track because we don't need it at this point. We don't freaking need it as far as I'm concerned. So kick, we're going to Apple G. We come over here. Now, since there's only one kick, it doesn't really matter. But sometimes as a habit, I always click mix so that when I'm editing, I can edit each, like the kick from the kick in, from the kick out separate. So a lot of times I'll just go to mix for this. But we come in here, we're going to go kick VCA. Name it that just so you can find it later and assign it to the kick VCA. Now we hit OK. Snare. Group all your snares together. And if you have reverbs and whatever, group them together. As a practical matter, if I come in here, if I decide while I'm automating for some reason that I actually do want to have a kick trigger track, I want to sample with it. Like I don't usually decide it that late, but if I do, for the moment, I'll take that out. I'm going to come in here and just put them together so that just in case I do want it, I'll have it. So we come in here, we go kick VCA. I deleted the other group. That's what you just saw me do. And now I'm going to do the same for snare. Snare up, down, and verb. And if you had 6 other snare tracks and the trigger or sample track, even though it's not on, I'm just putting it there anyway. Can't hurt to put it there as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, snare VCA. And if you select mix, it's helpful when you're also basically need to edit stuff. But since we're kind of past most of the editing, it really doesn't matter. Snare VCA. Now everything else is all the rest of the drums. So I just call it like the rest, but it's just drums for me. Everything else. Drums VCA. Come in here. Drums VCA. Set it to mix in case we need to edit something later. Bass with the bass bus. And obviously it's solo safe, so that's the way to do it. You put them both together, just like the other stuff. Bass VCA. Bass VCA. Mix. Good. Guitars. Since there's 2 guitars and nothing else, like if you look at my VCAs that I have rolling here, kick, snare, drums, bass, guitar, solo, other. So the way this came about for me is Andy Wallace breaks all his stuff down to very similar groups, and I found after studying a lot of different guys' workflows, Brower, Chad Blake, Andrew Sheps, tons of them, CLA, TLA. So I study a lot of these guys, and what I thought for me that makes the most sense was this Andy Wallace style of 8 faders that sit in front of him all the time, and it's always the same. It's always kick, snare, the rest of the drums, bass, guitar. He does an other, like for whatever other than guitar is there, vocals, and then an all. That's his 8. But the all, if you're doing in the box mixing, not on an SSL, and you don't really need the all, because if you just group all the faders, you can pull them all down together. So he uses his all because he's on the console, but the all just pulls down the rest of the VCAs. So I've sort of eliminated the all from my workflow because it just makes things a little more complicated when you have an extra line now that's being controlled because you set all of them to a different VCA. So I've just kind of settled into this workflow of, in this case, I'm going to separate the guitars, and I'm probably going to separate, like we got room, once like one guitar 2, and then I have room for like lead vocals and the rest, or some version of that, because we could throw them on 8 faders, so we might as well. Could you take up 7 or 6? Yeah, sure you could. I mean, why not? So I'm just going to do EJ Git. I'm going to do J Git. Those are the 2 guitars. And then we're going to do lead voc. And we're going to do D voc, because it's really D and J, so we'll call it DJ voc. It'll be those 2, and that'll be our 8. Now when I group these, I add effects to them also, because as I manipulate the volume, I just sort of want to move everything. I don't want to leave anything up for debate, as far as like, okay, now the vocal's louder and the effect is not audible anymore. Well, we got to fix that. You know what I'm saying? So instead of doing that, just going to put the D-Vocs all the way through all these, all on that one. We call DJ Voc VCA, which is really backup vocals, essentially. We're going to put that there. We're going to take this, the last of the effects, including all the flavor tracks, and we're just going to put it up here with this guy. Now, the only thing that gets hinky with that, and I may want to adjust this, is the flavor tracks themselves are going to... The volume of those is fine right now. As soon as I start messing with making sure I can hear the lead vocal all the time, I don't necessarily want to pull up the flavor tracks too. So it might make more sense to evaluate this a little different and actually put the flavor tracks on their own separate fader. That might make the most sense. Like, just keep this as flavor tracks and keep this as all vocals might make the most sense. I think I'm going to do that. All right, let's do that. All voc, flavoc. That seems to make the most sense. So that's what we're going to do. Let's just get rid of this for the moment. We're just going to take this DJ voc. We're going to delete that active group. We're going to come in here and do all voc. Let's get our all voc into gear. Everything but the flavor, essentially. We build it as we fly it. Let's get rid of our flavor. Okay, everything but those flavor tracks. Good to go. All voc, VCA, all voc. Now, there's other ways to modify it, but for the sake of making things easy, this just also works. So that's what we're doing. Flavoc. And I'm not selecting mix at the moment because, like I said, we've already kind of dealt with our editing, so who cares? All voc. Okay, what's left? Guitars. Let's go EJ guitar. EJ git VCA. J rev. So J git VCA. Okay. All right. Now we should be set. So you come down here and you can check kick, snare, drums, bass, EJ, J, all vocals, flavor vocs. All right. So at the moment, this is everything's down -4.1. So it should be the exact same mix you heard, just -4 dB lower, roughly.
Nothing's new. For you are too quickly to appear. And you're tired.
So just to recap briefly, and I want to let everyone know, this is pretty much the end stages. After this, it's just, this will get us to a mix that sounds more lively than before we added the automation. Those little moves here and there, that's the reason we love Andy Wallace's mixes. It's the reason we love Bob Clearmountain. It's the reason that so many guys who mix on an SSL have it nicely, is because they're putting focus on that little bit of push here, little bit of pull there. Makes a big difference. Don't let your mix leave the door all static. You know, I've done mixes like that, and I have to tell you, if you compare that to a mix with automation that you do, when you do the automation, in my opinion, the right way, which is just, it doesn't have to be a ton of moves. 4 dB, 5 dB most, if it gets to 6, so be it, but you don't have to automate things more than that. It could be 1 dB up. It could be 2 dB up. Like, you don't need to really move it that much to feel a big difference. And compare a mix you do that's static to a mix that's not. Like right now, I'm just going to save this like I usually do as the version before automation, okay? So saving it, now we're coming in here, we're adding auto. So I add the word auto to it just so I know. Now I've started messing with automation, and that way, let's turn on our UF8. And just to recap, there's so much that went down, so it's kind of hard to do a recap, to be honest. But we start out, we add a bunch of EQs to everything. This is the quickest summary as I could do. I stuck to API Vision for this one, which is a beautiful 550B on it. You got your 4-band. They call it the 550L, but to me it's a B because it's a 4-band API. And on a lot of these tracks, there is very, very little happening. Like I'm talking little bits of stuff, like almost nothing. Some of them have more than others. you know, like in this particular case. But we're talking like as little as I could get away with, because that's how I think about it. Is if I have to make crazy moves, then I'm probably making the wrong moves, is what I found. Sometimes things need crazy moves. I'm not saying don't boost however many dB you need to boost or whatever, but don't go in thinking you need a compressor on everything. You need to really EQ it. You need saturation. You need all this. I mean, in my opinion, you got to listen first. That's the first step. So the drums sound great. Why do we have to go to town on them? You know? And the guitars also were sounding pretty cool. So we just did some stuff to get them super wide and just make them take up more space. And so we don't have just one guitar on the left and one kind of on the right and nothing else blurring the line. You know, it filled up the sound space a lot by adding this like Cooper Time Cube on the other side, the opposite side of where the EJ guitar was panned. And then for the J guitar, I did a similar thing with a tape echo. So as far as reverb, you know, it's an 80 millisecond little bit of a kind of a slap sort of situation happening to just widen out what the lead guitar is doing. And then for this one, the Cooper Time Cube, I got the 40 and the 60 millisecond jam going on us, and we're just adding a bit of dimension like you'd get out of a reverb, but we're doing it with a delay because it has a little bit more. It's a little less obstructive because you don't have as much tail, as much nonsense lingering. There's much buildup happening like you would get with a reverb sometimes. But you could do it with anything. You could do it with a reverb too if you want. On bass, all we did basically was throw it into a Neve, doing a lot on a 1073, doing a lot, and then some Sans amp saturation happening. Then we got some Spectre in the 500 and 1K range, giving us some tube flavor. Then we're hitting an LA2A. Then we're hitting an 1176, and over here we're doing hardly nothing. Nothing's on. Nothing is on. So it's all happening on the bus, but there's only one bass track, so it was easy to do. And this was tracked with nothing on the way in. It was a straight DI. There's like hardly anything going on. Maybe there was a compressor. I can't remember if I even did that, but I might have. I might have hit a compressor and then into a DI. It's very possible. I can't remember what I owned at the time that I tracked this. I might have owned the BAE 1070, what is it, the DMP 1176. I can't remember exactly timing-wise, so that's possible. The bass sounds pretty good, so I'm going to lean on the fact that it might be that. And then the vocals. Bunch of vocals, all recorded on a Bluebird mic, which is not an expensive mic. I mean, relative to other things, it's really not that expensive. And it definitely has a flavor to it. And we're really just some EQ and some compression on a Vision. And I chose the Vision this time because last time I used the 1081 and I used a bunch of 1176s. And this time, for vocals specifically I'm talking about, but on the whole mix I use the 1081s, whereas this time we're going Vision. And even though I have the 4KG pulled up, we're doing nothing on it. I might as well just freaking mute the things, but in the interest of it sounding fine as it is, I'm not going to. A lot of times I'll pull two EQs up in case one doesn't work. I can just jump to the other, but the Vision did okay by us on this one as far as I'm concerned. Flavor tracks like crazy we did. Automation, I sort of stopped doing this once it started to kind of just, everything just started to come together, but it wouldn't surprise me if I should probably go back and address some of this in a second, where like create similar situations. At the very least, maybe like take down the eventide on the next verse, which is easy to do once you kind of build it on one verse that you like. If you want to keep it static like that, where it's the same in the next verse, I have my markers set, very critical, to then jump, which I showed you guys how I do the markers. I jump over here and I could just imitate whatever I got going. I could literally copy it in by changing the grid to whatever I want, and then just sort of, we're grouped right now by flavor, and this is the reason why you don't do why you set it to mix and not edit, by the way, so you don't have to do that, but that's the reason for you. It's not the flavor. It's the all voc. There we go. So I could just, come in here and copy this. I could do that. Just copy a bunch of these line deals. Come in here and just paste that. Just paste it into verse 2 like that. Boom. And now we've copied whatever's going on here, so it'll be the same sound. I don't typically like to do that because I want to dial it in. Maybe later in the song would sound good with more of something. So I'm going to listen to it before I do that, and then we're going to do automation. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I added some de-essing along the way as I heard things were bothering me. Until then, I didn't hit the J vocal, and this one don't have any de-essing on them because it didn't stick out as something. These are kind of ancillary. It didn't stick out as it needed it, so I didn't add to that. And for the backgrounds, a lot of times I will leave background effects and stuff relatively static because the vocal's only in a certain place. What are you going to do? Take half the phrase and take off reverb, put half the phrase, put it on? It's all the chorus. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do that sometimes. It might make sense in a place like this where the vocal exists in all these places. So it's going from verse to pre-chorus to chorus. You might want a scene change here. So when I say scene change, I mean like maybe the D verb exists and the little plate doesn't, and then the chorus, the little plate exists, the D verb doesn't. That kind of a scene change. So let's just kind of see if it's sounding good as is, and then we'll go from there. Also, let me just peek in here. Anton. How's it going, Anton? Anton Sezikov. Have you seen a new plugin from Valhalla? Valhalla. I don't know which new one you're referring to. The new plugin from Valhalla? Which one are we talking about? I do like a lot of the Valhalla stuff. I have a tendency not to use it as much, but, vintage verb, everybody's favorite. Or a lot of people's favorite. And, there's a lot of free Valhalla plugins that are super cool, too. So check them out. But Sound Toys is my go-to for effects, man. I love Sound Toys effects. And I have a lot of the Eventide effects, even though I didn't pull hardly any of them up for this mix or the one before it. I'm sort of focused on Sound Toys at the moment. But yeah, let's get through it. What are you saying here, Alex? Would it be faster / easier to just create a track for each vocal section instead of automation? No. I mean, it's easier or faster if you think so for you, but for me, no. I find this makes me happy at the end. That's really what it is. Breaking the stuff into sections, like breaking the what's it called? Breaking like the vocal part itself into sections. I don't know. I don't usually do that. I know some people love it. Some people love to do that. I don't know exactly what they get out of it, but I could tell you that each spot has a lot of love the way I do it. And sometimes that's more important to me. Like just putting a lot of love into the effects just make me happy at the end. It's like when I listen back, I think, man, that thing is filled with love and effects, both simultaneously. Cranky Kid, what is that? Cranky Kid. Nice. I appreciate that, man. Stay blessed, you too. Happy to share this stuff with you guys. And any questions you got, throw them in there. Happy to get to them. So yeah, let's see what's really good at this point.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings new. For you quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. When you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
Just want to check this section. It's the only part I felt like the effect got a little crazy on it. Yeah, it's coming from down here. That's what it is. It's this one. Whoops. Let's figure out where that is. I think it's both. I think it's this one too. It's that decapitator. See, that's what I mean. As soon as I put something on it, like anything else, it makes it unpredictable in a way, where now all of a sudden we got that distortion making things louder. Okay, I think we are about ready. Let's just take this. Let's look at this chorus real quick.
And if you want me, I will be right there when you say.
Let's turn. I want more plate on her vocal a little bit.
And if you want me, I will be right there.
Let's do our compressor thing to kind of do the ducking for us. And where are we at? What is this? I think it says snare stem mono.l. Funny name for a sidechain that's going to have vocals on it, but who am I to judge? Snare stem, this one, that was it. Undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could I just turned down the volume a bit so I can really hone into the vocal volume level. Also, what I did was I turned on the EQ on the kick drum because there was a point, something we were doing where I was testing the voice of God. I turned it off, and then I think it went back on and then somehow went off. I don't know, but the EQ on that Vision boosting about 50 is definitely a good move. Like I like this kick really thumping at us right now. It's doing a couple other things too. We're cranking at 1.5K, and we're even cranking a little at 2.5. We're hammering the top end of this kick. We're also dumping a bit out of the 500 hertz zone of the kick as well. All right, let us come back down here. I was just adjusting some vocal stuff on effect-wise. Little plate on this one with micro shift, which is a bit of a chorusy sound, and Echo Boy on the vocal slap. Kind of just a 16th note slap. And the dB verb, which is also just giving some presence. One of the presets, Dunka Dunka lead vocal verb. All right, just getting in the groove here, feeling like, okay, I know what I want to do with the automation zone. So that's what we're going to do. Kick, flav, all the way, all the VCAs, shift, option, touch. Some of these I like on latch, but we'll see. Sometimes touch is the move for all.
Softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired, tired, tired
I gotta hold the vocals back when they start getting all singing here. I like the notes held. I like that a lot when it's on her voice, but the rest of it gets kind of loud before that.
I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right.
Gonna have to do a passive cymbal crashes on them. A little too aggressive with it. Undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way. Lots of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to become. Lots of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could get in your blue jeans. And sometimes I don't like how poking out that one word is. I gotta lower that by hand.
in your blue jeans and
This word gets away from us.
in your blue jeans and sometimes it's in your blue jeans and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe in your
All right, back to where we were.
And you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems. And you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans, and you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be upset. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want, and if you, and if you want me, I will be. And if you, and if you want me, I will be right there when you. And if you want me, I will be right there when you. And if you want me, and if you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told me life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
I keep thinking that's the end. Good with that part. I try to do as much automation as at a time as possible, but it's tough to kind of get all your hands down on the thing at the same time. All your fingers. But we're getting there. Let's see what we could do. Let's listen to another pass of it.
Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothing. Whisper softly in your ear, tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired, tired, tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy, girl. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you need me, life will be okay for a while. And if you want me, I will be.
Little Andy Wallace trick. Early kick drums will be louder than later kick drums, but don't pay attention to that as much as you could see what I will do with this kick. I'm just going to, on the down beats, give you more kick. Undone for you. Box of flaws undone. Box of flaws. Let's catch those crashes. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. That was actually was better before, right there on the crashes. Right there when you say. And if you need me. It's the snare I need more of. Undone for you while you're thinking. Box of flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. You're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. We need more drum. The cymbal parts of the drum. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be
too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. If you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that you're hearing the progress, Benjamin Boltons. Excellent. I'm happy you dig it, man, and that you've been enjoying the stream. Yep, we're getting there. We're about there. We are about there. It's so funny. Gotta switch this. So let's listen through it. Somehow I managed to get through this stream without a bathroom break, which is insane. Let's run it one time.
Whisper softly in your ear.
Gotta listen now. Shake my head out. I gotta this intro with the kick. It felt like it was the right volume in the beginning. It's really the bass I'm focused on in the very intro. I just want to hear that bass real quick.
Whisper softly in your ear.
The dude's bass playing is so good. I want to hear all the nuance.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy.
That's where I start to lose it a little, right?
Might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. That you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me.
Listen to that bass fill.
While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready, and you're ready in softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quick.
Let's hear that, and let's add a little bit of love underneath. Let's add some curve bender action.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings new. For you are too quickly to appear in your tired, tired, tired blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. If you need me, life will be okay.
Lowered this by negative 0.9, and now I just want to click in here with the markers I already have and raise it by that 0.9 again. So I'm just giving my choruses the little push that I like to do. Chorus 2. Do the same thing. See, we're at 0 here in this chorus 2, and we're at negative 0.9 before it. And then the solo. We're going to take the, this is not really a last chorus. It's like one phrase. So the way I think this should be is this whole part should come up the same. That should be at 0. This whole thing should be at 0. Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. If you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for. Little vocal love, I think.
That you're my kind. Be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. Box of flaws undone for. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking, to be confused, and you're ready, ready, ready. Box of flaws undone for you. Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking, thinking, thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused, and you're ready, ready, ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. If you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. That you're my If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. That you're 1,000 times that you're my kind. That you're my that you're my kind. That you're my kind. That you're my kind. That you're my kind. That you're my that you're my
Sounds early to me. I don't know which vocal it is. One of these is a little early. Probably the early one. Let's see. Let's just slide it a bit. Slide on both. Let's just hear which one is early and which one's late. We're not moving it very much, but it just, I hear his voice start early.
that you're my kind.
Yeah, that's preferable to me. Listen to the difference.
That you're my kind. That you're my
Sounds like he's jumping the gun to me.
that you're my kind. That you're my kind.
Line him up with himself.
That you're my kind.
It's better late.
That you're my kind. That you're my kind.
that snare sounds better with a little top end on it, but without gating it, I am bringing up that hi-hat as well. So I'm going to just take that down to minimal on a Vision. The 2 plus 2. You know, I kind of liked it better cranked. Just put it on 4, crank that. Let's hear it.
Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy,
All right, we got to take our master down a smidgen. Let's go down 1/6.
Sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy, And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. If you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. You're tired, blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy,
I did this in the last video, but if you didn't catch it, I'll do it in this one too. And basically what we're going to do is just turn off the stereo imager until chorus time. Give it a little extra push on the choruses. This is not something I always do, but I figure right now when I'm listening to it at this stage, I'm enjoying it with it on, but only in the choruses. And in this case, we'll just take it to the end. And we'll leave it off everywhere else, just choruses for some power. Sorry, I did that backwards, didn't I? Chorus on, and then we want it off for this. I'm going to turn it off on the verses. So verses off all the way through chorus. Boom.
Box of flaws undone for you. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. When you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000.
Well, that Fairchild's really squeezing it. I'm not sure if I want to audition another compressor here on the mix bus.
I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. If you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. If you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. You want
Gotta make sure that's turning on right on the downbeat. Where's that? Let's just take this cymbal. Let's just take this cymbal crash down a smidge on the downbeat. Let's get a little ride on this thing.
be fantasy.
It's so funny. I keep doing the same fade. Getting the reverb out of the way of that fill, so that fill is truly by itself. Sounded better to me than with it. I don't like that drop off right there. Undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say. Nope, not that one. We need the other one if we're going to use this at all, but we probably won't. I just wanted to try it. Undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be What's going on now is I don't want a gate because he uses so many ghost notes that we would lose some of that with the gate. No matter how we said it, we'd kind of lose it, or it would sound a little unnatural with the pushing and pulling as it turns on and off. Because his playing is so nuanced, I'm choosing to go with no gate, but I also think I struck a good balance, and then when I tried to beat the balance by like adding more saturation to the snare with a devil lock, it's just bringing up the cymbals a little too much no matter what I do with the devil lock itself. Even if I turn it to super dark and get the mix almost down to almost nothing, it's just not adding what I need. So I'm going to take that off and go back to the way it was before because that's sounding better to me. That's the thing. The more compression you add, the more you bring up the cymbals. So just keep this stuff in mind. It's like you don't get nothing is for free in this thing. Everything we do is a compromise. And number one compromise is like, oh, you like compression? Well, hope you like cymbals. And I got all sorts of gates we could use, but I don't want to lose his nuances. That's the compromise. No, thank you. I like the nuance.
You are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. Flaws undone for you while you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused, and you're ready in your blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. You are too quickly to appear in your tired blue jeans, and sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times that you're my kind. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. No. And if you want me, I will be right there when you say, when you need me, life will be okay for a while. If I told you once, I told you.
It's so interesting. The mix head is shooting out so much hotter level that's really hard to compare these two. But all I have to do if I did want to give it I would have to change the gain stage structure in terms of how hot these all are to make the ATR 102 work as a comparison. But there's something about its like roundness that I'm enjoying, at least in headphones, for this song. Let me check it without headphones real quick.
Box of flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice about the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be
All right, I'm gonna actually. I gotta print one like this. I gotta do it, and then just I'll compare that to one I do with the mix head or something. But I gotta just print one like this to hear what it sounds like and compare, because I'm sort of feeling this ATR on this song.
Whisper softly in your ear. Tiny nothings, nothings, nothings. flaws undone for you. While you're thinking twice of the way it makes me feel to be confused. And you're ready in your blue jeans. And sometimes it seems that you could care less, or maybe it's just me. I might be obsessed. This must be more than a dream. This can't be fantasy. And if you want me, I will be right there with. That you're my kind. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times that you're my kind.
What a difference that makes. Do you hear that? Woo! I didn't like the way this sounds. This is just your crush mic. So we're compressing a lot, and we're smashing it essentially. And then 20K, a lot of boost. So super top on a shelf. So it was bringing up everything like a lot, and it was harsh and painful. That's a huge benefit of a second EQ in front of it around the cymbal crash city zone, 6K, taking it down 12.7 dB, like 1.5 on the Q, and it just makes it pleasant now. I was really like, what is bugging me? And it wasn't as good when I took the API vision down. So this is what I'm left with. If you can hear an A and a B. And I could probably take it up a little bit. Like I could maybe a few more dB I'll give back to it, but that's helpful. You hear how painful the cymbals are without that? And it's funny because I had gotten used to it a little bit, but then on this last pass, I made sure to make the volume louder this last, 15, 20 minutes now. It started to really get to me. So that's the benefit of turning up sometimes. But if you mix like that, you'd never be able to mix as long as I just did. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty happy with this. So I'm going to run a print while I head to the bathroom, and then we'll do some closing thoughts. That's what I think is the plan. So I definitely need a bathroom break real quick. I'm curious how long I've been going. Curious what I don't even look at it, and I don't remember when we started exactly, so I don't know what it is, but it's a while. I'm curious where it's at. And this ATR, the ATR has such a flavor to it, very different than the mix head, and you got to kind of bounce around to see what works. Every song's going to be a little different for you. Shift Apple N. We come over here, we'll go stereo, audio track, and we will do, this is going to be our print right here, but it's probably even easier to do the other way because it will give us an MP3 also, which is always fun. So let me run this print real quick. Let's just see. What are we labeled at? 96K, 24-bit. M1. Mix source. Output. Yeah, we'll go output. AS 81314. Good. Okay, interleave 2496, add MP3. Interleave 2496, adding MP3. Importing after bounce directory is in the wrong place. Now it's in the right place. And we're going to leave it online so that you guys can hear it as it prints. Hopefully it saves it so I can turn this mic off thing. Here we go. We're almost at the 8-hour mark, which is cool. That's what I like to get done with a mix within 8 hours. That's always the goal. And sometimes it's 2-3 hours. Sometimes it takes a while. And in this one, we got there. Took a while. Somebody remind me to turn this mic on when I come back. I'm going to pop over to the chat real quick before I jam out into that bathroom section, the much needed bathroom section. I gotta figure out a couple things about this. We got a couple things we got to do for our next time. That's one of them. I appreciate that, Alex. Thank you. And thanks, GDP. I appreciate that too. Guitars screaming, love the overdrive / gain them out. Thank you. We're doing what we got to do. I'm digging the way the guitar sounds too. And I don't know if you recall where we started, but you'll be able to kind of do a rewind and check that at some point. And it's a hugely different place. I'll tell you that right now. It's a completely different situation. So I hope you dug watching this. I'll do just some closing thoughts when I get back, but I do also want to just kind of see where we're at on the metering when I'm done. But much needed bathroom break about to happen. So let me turn this off for the moment. The mic's going off. The music's going on. By the way, I also just want to thank everyone for chilling, watching, commenting, everything. I really appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. And doing these live streams is a lot of fun. So hold on for a second. You get to hear the result right now. Here we go. mic is back on. See, I'm getting good, guys. I remember the mic thing. It's definitely very conservative on the volume side, which is, I tell you the truth, it's just what I'm feeling these days is like, don't overcook the volume part of this thing for no reason, man. That's where I'm at these days. And when I come over here, I'm probably like negative 12, I want to say, or 11 or something like that. Let's see. 11.6, yeah. It's right in that zone. Okay. It's funny how the measurements are different on that compared to the clarity. Like, but I didn't hit reset, so it's probably pretty close. The clarity's real good at the measurements, but for some reason, like, unless you hit reset, it's just the average of everything it's heard for like the last foreseeable forever. You can kind of set it, I think, to every time you hit play, but I never remember to change the settings on that thing to like every time you hit play, it resets by itself. But those things are very helpful. And I'm sure I could squeeze a little bit of volume out of this, but what I like is when I look at it, nothing looks like super squared off. And I like that. That means no matter what I'm hitting in the, limiter zone or with the gold clip, like we're just delicately grazing off some top stuffs. Otherwise, you would see a pretty drastic square. Everything still has a bit of a peak to it, which I dig. But again, the way it sounds is what is important, not the way it looks. But I'm sure I could squeeze a couple more dB out of this thing if I wanted to. Even right at the end, that CG2, man, is kind of your best friend when you're trying to like get things louder. But, I like to use it gently. That's my thing. Just a little crank. Just turn up this quarter of the way, a little less density, a little bit. Was working for this, and it's typically like my go-to with something like that. But yeah, I just want to the move, what I'm going to do with this is definitely sleep on it, listen to it with fresh ears. That first time is the one that's important. That's the one that matters. I'm going to write down or just remember, if it's not anything that I hear when I listen to it with fresh ears. And then those are the changes I make, calling it a day at that point. Because otherwise you get caught in this cycle of listening to things a million times. Nothing's ever finished. But that's the move. And the same thing's already been done with the Keep It Moving track that I did last stream. So there's going to be a collection of these songs that you guys will have heard from front to back completed, with the exception of tiny things. On Keep It Moving, I did like nothing to it. I took a look at the stereo imager on the end and did like a little thing where the outro was going nuts with the freaking polyrhythmic Congo things. If you didn't catch it, catch that. But it's just this weird, crazy like acid trip at the end of that. And I just messed with the stereo imager a little bit on the end. I mean, it's really all I did. And I took down some of where it started to crescendo. It got a little nutty, so I just took a little harshness on that very end of that. But on this thing, I don't know what's to be done. I need fresh ears to really know. I need to clear my head. So I just want to let me thank some people here. I want to thank everybody who checked out this whole stream, especially, Benjamin Buttons, man. You guys, you're awesome, dude. You sat through, I think you were here almost the whole time. That's pretty cool. And same with Alex Christoph. I really appreciate it. You guys, amazing comments, showing up, checking it out. I know you're in the middle of doing your own projects too, so that's really awesome that you're kind of just head in the game, mixing all day, whether it's your mix or listening to other stuff, getting ideas. That's what we do. I'm like you guys. When I'm not doing this, what do you think I'm doing? I'm researching how everyone's doing stuff. I'm just so deep in, enjoying. I research new tools. I research how to use things. I freaking research all sorts of stuff. Every album I've ever loved, try to figure out what they used on it. I should put together a thing that's like, whenever I hear what console was used on an album, like I make a mental note, and I've started to sort of, want to compile a list about it. I haven't started the list, but I want to compile a list of any gear I know that's on any albums that I love, because a lot of people probably love similar albums, just so people can kind of have some place where they can find it all in one place, like what was used on what album. I don't know. Is it just me, or am I the only one who thinks that's interesting? But I'd love to be like, oh, you know, Nevermind, mixed on an SSL, obviously, Andy Wallace. And, what else was part of it? Any other pieces of gear? That kind of thing. Just kind of compile a nice solid list. But yeah, so. Oh, and Darren D, thank you for chilling. Dude, you've been here for a minute too. I really appreciate that. Trust me, I will. I'll remember all you guys, because like every time I do one of these live streams, it's like, flying a plane that I built myself, and every minute of it, I'm always like, is it going to crash? What's going on here? The thing I know how to do is this part, but the live stream thing is new to me. So I appreciate you bearing with me during whatever's going down the whole time. And GDP Japan, thank you so much. Guys, just so you know, across the world, GDP Japan is helping me get this stuff done and being thorough about it. Honestly, he's a big part of why I'm able to do this. So just want to say thank you to all of you guys. Everybody watching, Jason D'Souza, Braxel came through. Ringo, I hope you, stay up, my friend. Stay up, Ringo. Ringo 1700, you're the man. Stay up with it, all right? I got faith in you. All right? What else we got? Hot dogs. Kessel's hot dogs. That's what I'm talking about. Might gotta go eat some hot dogs myself. Anyway, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you dug this mix. And there's going to be tons more of these to come. So do me a favor. Let me know if there's any weird tools you guys want me to try to use next time. But the caveat is I got to own them, because I hate buying things I don't own. It's like, that's part of buying things. Obviously, you don't own it, but the last thing I want to do is make a mix with a trial plugin, and then I can't open that mix for the rest of my life or something unless I buy that. I hate being held over a barrel like that. And, I got plenty of plugins. And maybe I'll shoot a list over, so if there's enough votes for do a mix with this, maybe I'll do it. In my head is use Goodhertz plugins. That's up there. I want to try that. In my head is also, use only 3-band EQs. I don't know where that came from, but I was like, you know what? A part of me wants to, use only 3-band EQs and a combination of that and maybe Pultec EQs or something, or do an entire mix with just a Pultec EQ. just weird stuff. Because I find we hear what we like, we'll get it there no matter what we use. And obviously I got to do one with SSL plugins only, because honestly that's what I'm most comfortable with. But we haven't done that yet on live stream, but we will. So anyway, I just want to say thank you again. You guys are awesome. And I hope you dig it. I hope you dug the song. This song is called My Kind by Real Be Easy's as well. So you guys are awesome. Everybody keep in mind, all right? You guys got this. Evan Jaffe Custom Cut Studios. Take it easy. Until next time.